The South African government has announced that it will release 63 million euros for emergency relief, but that may not be enough. Authorities in KwaZulu-Natal say billions will be needed to rebuild the province alone.
Now, there's been serious violence in Sweden this past week, linked to efforts by far-right groups to burn copies of the Quran. One copy of the Muslim holy book was burnt on Saturday, this in Malmö, triggering protests yesterday. 26 people were arrested by police. Catherine Viette tells us more.
Throwing rocks and burning debris. Protesters clashed with police in Norrköping in eastern Sweden. The flashpoint, plans by a far-right anti-immigrant group to burn copies of the Quran. Police say several people were injured after warning shots were fired, none seriously. Sunday's violence followed days of unrest in several Swedish cities over cars alight. Paladin, who has been convicted of racist insults, has also tried to plan similar Quran burnings in other European countries, including France and Belgium.
Well, to discuss what is happening in Sweden in more detail, I'm very pleased now to be joined on the line by Paul Hansen. He's a professor of political science at Linköping University. Thank you for your time today, Professor. And what was your initial reaction to those images of violence yesterday? I understand at least some of it took place in the city where you're based.
Yes, they did here in Norrköping. Yeah, well, I think one of the main problems here concerns the police decision to grant permission to all of these demonstrations and Quran burning, because the police were obviously unable to secure safety and to really guarantee security around the event. And that is a perfectly valid reason for the police to not grant a permission to stage these manifestations. So I think that's where the one of the basic faults lie, and I think then all of what we're seeing now could have been avoided.
The police allow this to go ahead. Is it a question of the importance of preserving freedom of speech in Sweden?
Yeah, they cite that, of course, and there's a big problem too, because there are really two laws, legal frameworks clashing here. One saying freedom of speech, the other one saying that you cannot incite racial hatred or ethnic hatred or any kind of hatred and really enticing to violence against a religious group. That is, you cannot do that. So I think here is a huge problem within the Swedish law, that society cannot guarantee the safety of certain groups. In this case, Swedish Muslims, who and I think that's very essential to underline that Paludan was granted permission in precisely areas where you have a lot of Swedes who are Muslims, where they live.
And let's talk about this individual. You just mentioned him there, Ramzan Paludan. He is the individual who is encouraging a lot of these Quran burnings. Tell us a bit about who he is and what kind of influence he wields in Sweden.
Well, I think he's part of a pattern. We
Ramzan
shouldn't focus too much on him as an individual.
He is the individual who is
part of a pattern of a sort of lucrative business that a lot of hate groups have found, and that is to incite hatred against Muslims in particular, but also other groups. And he then, as your report showed, is trying now to have a political campaign and be elected in Sweden, again on a ticket purely sort of based on racial and religious hatred towards Muslims.
What do you think needs to be done to improve community relations in Sweden?
First of all, we need to have a serious discussion about the sort of clashing legal framework because I don't think if I were to seek permission, if let's say I build a little wooden replica of a synagogue and I ask for permission to burn that synagogue, that wooden replica, in a Jewish community or outside a synagogue, I hope I'm not granted permission to hold such a manifestation. And these things we need to discuss so that we don't get these situations. But on the other hand, whenever there are controversial demonstrations, the police should perform, and they have just shown themselves to be highly incompetent, and they had several days to plan, and they saw where things were headed, and yet they continued to grant continued permissions for the burning of the Quran.
Professor Paul Hansen, thanks very much indeed for your time today on France 24.
Thank you. Thanks to you.
Now, in other world news, 2 Palestinians were injured by Israeli forces in the occupied West Bank this morning, the latest incident in a wave of violence in the region. Over the weekend, 170 people were wounded in the old city of Jerusalem. Now, the worst of that violence was on Friday when Israeli forces raided the Al-Aqsa Mosque complex. You can see that in the images there. They used rubber bullets and stun grenades at the holy site. And now the violence is threatening to unravel the Israeli government. Yesterday, the Arab-Israeli party RAM suspended its membership of the coalition. It says it will quit the government altogether if that violence continues. Well, let's turn now to news from here in France, where it is the final week of campaigning for the presidential election. And the polls suggest it is to be a close race between incumbent Emmanuel Macron and his far-right challenger Marine Le Pen. So there is a lot at stake during this Wednesday's live television debate. It is the only one of the campaign, and France 24's Sinead McCausland has been looking at both candidates' debate strategy. Check it out.
Wednesday, a pivotal day for France's presidential campaign. Emmanuel Macron and Marine Le Pen will go head-to-head once again on live television. But what are their strategies for the upcoming debate? One thing's for sure, they'll not want a repeat of 2017.
They are there. They're in the countryside, in the towns.
It was a debate filled with insults that left Macron as the clear winner against the far-right candidate.
Stop saying ridiculous things.
But Wednesday's face-off will be a bigger challenge for the incumbent president.
People will compare the debate to 2017. Everyone will say she has progressed, so it will be positive for her.
Le Pen will prepare with mock debates with an expert who fits Macron's political profile. The French president has been taking notes of Le Pen's moves to guard his place in the Élysée.
She is spending a lot of time preparing. I'm still under threat in this debate. It's really serious.
Neither candidate wants this to be an aggressive debate, but Le Pen is not ruling out confronting Macron.
If it's an occasion where we can have a hard debate and where his track record can be addressed, then yes, it will be a key moment of the campaign.
The president's advisors anticipate an attack.
We're going to get a bruising. We have to unmask her and unravel her program.
The two candidates are prepared for this debate where everything is at stake. It's a clash set to be watched by millions nationwide ahead of the April 24th runoff election.
Let's go to India now on the programme, where there's a heavy police presence today in New Delhi. This after 14 people were arrested yesterday in connection with violent clashes between Hindus and Muslims at a Hindu religious procession. France 24's Yana Lee has the story.
This is the aftermath of a Hindu religious procession that passed through a Muslim-majority neighbourhood in New Delhi. Several participants had held up swords. As they approached the local mosque, trouble broke out. Both sides blame each other for starting the fight.
They started shouting things like, if you want to stay in India, you'll have to chant to a Hindu god or else go to Pakistan. Remove the mic from the mosque, close the meat shops. There were some boys who couldn't tolerate this, and God knows what happened. Why do they have swords? Why do they need to do that?
Authorities have since arrested dozens of people, but this is far from an isolated case. The same weekend, a mob attacked a police station in Hubli, injuring 12 officials, blaming them for not doing enough after a provocative anti-Muslim message went viral. In recent weeks, there's been a spate of religious violence. 13 leading opposition figures signed a joint statement expressing their shock at the silence of far-right Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
This silence is an eloquent testimony to the fact that such private armed mobs enjoy the luxury of official patronage. We are deeply concerned, as reports indicate that there is a sinister pattern. Incendiary hate speeches preceded the aggressive armed religious processions, unleashing communal violence.
The ruling Hindu Nationalist Party denies that there's been a rise in intercommunal tensions. Critics such as Human Rights Watch, though, say hate has been normalized under a leadership that promotes Hindu supremacy.
Well, it's time now for our focus report on the programme, and for that we are staying in India to take a look at the gig economy. It could generate as many as 90 million jobs in India in the next 8 years. That is in services like food delivery and ride sharing. But certainly it's not an industry without its problems. Members of the workforce there normally don't have contracts, nor do they have paid leave. Now, though, some are mobilising to fight for their labour rights, as our team in New Delhi report.
Every morning, Rajesh Kumar puts on his blue shirt to go to work, a routine he's been following for the last 5 years. A common uniform for all the taxi drivers in New Delhi. Before starting his 12-hour shift, he makes sure that his car is in good shape.
I have to clean the vehicle to get a good customer rating, otherwise they'll hire someone better rated.
The competition among ride-sharing apps is intense in New Delhi, where 400,000 drivers work in the industry. A graduate in computer science, Rajesh left his job as a teacher in 2017 to join this US-based startup company that promised high pay. But as he started ferrying passengers around the city, he realized it was a sham.
I feel cheated. When I joined this company, they promised me that they would give me a business of up to 1,300 euros. But right now, forget about all of that. If we can somehow make even 400 euros, then that's a miracle.
To attract more customers from India's huge market, ride-hailing companies offer fares that are the cheapest in the world. In New Delhi, the minimum fare for a trip is as low as €1. With his income, Rajesh needs to cover costs for maintenance and pay installments of a loan he took to buy this car. Not to mention the company's 30% cut into his earnings. Each month, Rajesh struggles to meet the expenses of his family with 2 children.
When I get into the car in the morning, the first thing I do is spend money on petrol and maintenance. The costs are quite high. In addition to that, I also have to buy food and provide for my children's education.
Behind the success of the gig economy is a business model that favors the companies. Uber, Zomato, Swiggy, Urban Company are among the biggest firms of India's 800 app-based service providers. India has seen a boom in startup companies offering on-demand services in transportation, personal care, and food delivery. For millions of people, these companies are a means to come out of poverty and fight unemployment, which crossed 8% in 2021, the highest in 3 decades. So is the case with 23-year-old Shubham, who became a delivery boy after losing his job when the pandemic hit.
I just accepted this order and now have 30 seconds before I have to leave for delivery.
Every order has to be delivered in 40 minutes. Within that, he needs to pick food from the restaurant and deliver it to the customer. Racing against the clock, he faces the challenges of pollution, harsh weather, and traffic jams. Navigating a narrow maze of lanes in New Delhi is also not an easy task.
Sir, I'm here.
Every step of Shubham is timed. After working 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, he earns €120. He is at the mercy of the platform, restaurants, and above all, the customers.
We are their slaves. The policy of the company is that the customer has to be satisfied. They'll give us a low rating, which could get us in trouble and lower our income. They don't care that sometimes there are traffic jams, or that the order spilled because it just wasn't packed properly to begin with. Even worse, if the customer cancels the order, the company deducts the full amount from my earnings.
Gig jobs are not new to India, where 80% of the workforce are employed as daily wages in the informal sector. Experts believe online platforms have aggravated their vulnerability. In the absence of regulations, they have no legal status. They are neither employees nor self-employed.
I think gig work companies are reliant on an unemployment crisis. They are creating a further informalization of an already largely informal workforce. There is no social security, there are no labor protections, there is no safeguards for hazards at the workplace.
Demanding accountability and better working conditions from companies can lead to bitter consequences. Beautician Seema Singh was working with a personal care platform until a few months ago. But one day the company decided to raise its commission.
That's me there in green. They took me away.
Along with dozens of other workers, she protested outside the company's headquarters. The company immediately filed a lawsuit accusing her of protesting illegally.
The company threatened the protesters, and the police also called us to the police station. I worked 4 years with them, and I became jobless in the blink of an eye. I'm just sitting at home. They grew into a giant company with our labor. We worked so hard. And after all that, what do we get?
Recently, the Supreme Court of India issued a notice to the government to extend social security benefits to gig workers. According to a report by the Boston Consulting Group, India's gig economy has the potential to generate 90 million jobs in the next 8 years.
Well, those are our top stories on the programme. Thanks for watching, and do stay tuned to France 24. More coming up very shortly.
Everything you do on the web leaves a footprint. When you look for directions, post on social media, or subscribe to an app, all your information is compiled, stored, checked, and analysed by tech giants.
You have to think about their business model is collect as much information as possible so that they can then sell that information who wants to find exactly you.
Across the world, citizens are striving to protect their privacy.
There are many, many ways that you can remain confidential even in this hyper-connected world with a lot of state surveillance.
So, is it only possible to go under the radar to cover your online tracks? We've got the guide on Reporters Plus. Join us on France 24 and France24.com. From North to South Africa, from Bamako to Nairobi, from Accra to Mogadishu. Bringing you all the political, economic, cultural and social news from Africa for a better insight into an ever-changing continent.
Across Africa, presented by Georgia Calvin-Smith on France 24 and France24.com.
Ago, the images of the fire that engulfed the medieval church of Notre Dame in Paris made headlines around the world. After the initial shock, thousands of men and women, including architects, scientists, or painters, started working around the clock to restore the building to its former glory. French President Emmanuel Macron gave them a 5-year deadline to complete the work. But are they on target? Notre Dame Revisited on France 24 and France24.com.
Russia strikes the western Ukrainian city of Lviv. At least 7 are killed. This as the Ukrainian resistance continues to hold inside the besieged city of Mariupol. South Africa deploys thousands of soldiers to Durban as the rebuilding begins after devastating storms leave over 400 people dead. And Shanghai reports its first official coronavirus deaths in months. This as the Chinese city remains under a strict lockdown. Experts, though, say the true toll in the city is likely far higher. Those are our world news headlines on France 24. Thank you for joining us. I'm Nadia Massi in Paris. And we start with news that this morning Russian missiles struck the Ukrainian city of Lviv, killing at least 7 people there and injuring around 11 others. Now, until recently, the western city has been relatively shielded from attacks rocking the rest of the country. Lviv's mayor, though, says this morning both civilian and military targets were hit.
Rockets were launched from aircrafts, but that is preliminary information. Whether this garage was the ultimate target, well, I don't really want to believe it, but on the other hand, maybe they were aiming for the railway station. We now don't have safe and unsafe location in the city. The enemy is cynical and they're inhuman.
Well, meanwhile, our chief foreign affairs editor, Rob Parsons, is currently in the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv. He has more for us on the upcoming battle in the east of the country.
General Zaluzhny, the commander-in-chief of the Ukrainian armed forces, has said that the Ukrainians now think that the Russians have redeployed sufficiently to be ready to launch that long-promised offensive in the east, and the likelihood is that will come sometime over the next few days. And meantime, in Mariupol, the defense of the city goes on. The Russians gave a deadline yesterday. The defenders of the city ignored it. There may be as many as 3,000 men still in the Azov steel works, which is an enormous area, about 4, 5, 6 square kilometers, where the conditions are pretty good for defending the city, very difficult for invading troops to get in there. And the Russians clearly are taking heavy losses. That's what's holding them back. But at the same time, you know, they feel under a certain amount of pressure. Russia needs to be able to announce some sort of victory, particularly with May the 9th, that's Victory Day, to celebrate the end of the Second World War coming up soon. Clearly, Vladimir Putin would like to be able to say to the Russian people, look, we've completed the battle to take control over eastern Ukraine, but he's not there yet. And, you know, meantime, the fighting goes on, and meantime, the Russians are taking heavy losses. Yet another general, General Frolov, deputy commander of the Russian 8th Army, killed over the weekend. That's 8 generals now who've been killed.
Well, meanwhile, another France 24 team is currently in the central eastern Ukrainian city of Dnipro. It's not far from the worst of the fighting in Mariupol and Donbass. And so the city has become a hub for tens of thousands of Ukrainians fleeing the war. Karim Yahyaoui and Mohamed Farhat have met some of them.
This theater in the city of Dnipro is now being used as a center to help distribute food and other items to internally displaced Ukrainians. This family arrived in the city fleeing from Kramatorsk in the Donbass.
We need clothes for the little one because she is growing so fast. Her clothes are too small. We don't have the money to buy any. That's why we came here, so that we could find something for her.
Some of those who were displaced to Dnipro are now volunteering and helping others who've just arrived. Ivan fled from Donetsk. He's now serving up hot meals in a restaurant in Dnipro.
I have now been displaced twice. I had to flee Donetsk to go to Kharkiv, and then I had to flee Kharkiv. I hope to go back there someday.
Every day, the restaurant where Ivan works serves around 100 warm meals, free of charge.
We don't have any money. I've been disabled since Chernobyl. First I lived through Chernobyl, and now 2 wars in the Donbass. I can't go home. I don't have a home anymore. I can't be reunited with my family. They're in areas that are occupied. I don't know what's in store for me. I just want peace for us all, nothing more.
In Dnipro, some are only passing through, like this family who got in their van hastily, taking all they could as they fled the city of Pokrovsk in the Donbass. They're hoping to make their way to the center of the country.
I took my whole family and my cat. The government recommended that we leave because we don't know what is going to happen. However, my mother stayed there.
Each day, up to 15,000 displaced people arrive in Dnipro, according to the mayor, coming mostly from Kharkiv, the Donbass, and Mariupol.
Now, in other world news, work is underway in South Africa this week to restore vital services like water and electricity after extreme weather killed over 400 people. The flooding was among the worst on record in the country. Thousands of homes have also been destroyed. Yinka Oyatade has this.
As the rain subsides in South Africa, officials finally assess the extent of the damage. Days of severe storms and flooding left a trail of destruction here. Around 4,000 homes have been completely wiped out. Rescue teams continue to search for dozens still missing, while victims struggle to come to terms with the disaster.
My niece was sleeping with me. When the mudslide happened, she was washed away. We don't know where she is. She hasn't been found.
Heavy rainfall started pounding South Africa's east coast last Monday, triggering deadly mudslides and flash floods. The province of KwaZulu-Natal has been the worst hit, with the highest number of victims recorded there. Its premier says relief is on its way.
The government and social partners will provide support to the bereaved families. We want to emphasize the fact that, having learned the lessons of COVID-19, no amount of corruption, maladministration, or fraud will be tolerated in the province.
The South African government has announced that it will release 63 million euros for emergency relief, but that may not be enough. Authorities in KwaZulu-Natal say billions will be needed to rebuild the province alone.
Now, China has reported the deaths of 3 people from COVID-19 in Shanghai for the first time since the city entered a strict lockdown late March. The victims were aged between 89 and 91 and unvaccinated. For more, here's Oliver Farry in Hong Kong.
If we were to look at patterns of deaths in large outbreaks elsewhere in the world, it would stand to reason that there would be more than 3 deaths in the 375,000 cases that have been recorded in Shanghai over the past few weeks. Now, of course, as elsewhere in the world, there has been fudging over a number of the cases. The BBC reported last week that it had seen documents from one hospital that said at least 28 people had died with COVID. There are cases of people testing positive for COVID going into hospital and then dying. These have not been classified as COVID deaths. Elsewhere in the world, it has been the same. There have been deaths classified under other diseases, and there may well have been other causes involved. In fact, an awful lot of public health officials prefer to use excess death statistics in a particular year as a better measure of the effect of the pandemic than has been the case, than rather official COVID deaths. Certainly China has probably been a little bit quiet on a number of its deaths. It's another matter whether the scale of how many deaths they're downplaying. Remember that Omicron is less fatal than previous strains of the virus, but really only for those who are vaccinated. And there are still quite a lot of elderly people in China unvaccinated, including the 3 whose deaths were confirmed today.
Well, that update brings us to the end of this news programme. Thanks for watching and do stay tuned.
The authorities in Saudi Arabia have been demolishing entire neighborhoods in the port city of Jeddah this spring. They're making space for a mega project announced by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Called Jeddah Central, it'll cost some $20 billion and feature an opera, an aquarium, a museum, and luxury hotels. But the families who are losing their homes say they weren't given enough warning and haven't been offered proper compensation. In a country where criticizing the government can land you in jail, few people are protesting openly against the demolitions. Our observer lives in Jeddah, where hiding his identity for his own protection.
You see bulldozers everywhere, tearing everything down. It's like a cancer. It started in the south of the city 4 months ago. Now it's approaching the historic city center. They've demolished about 10 neighborhoods so far. In all, about 40 neighborhoods are slated for demolition. They're supposed to be gone by the end of 2022. The authorities haven't provided enough resources to relocate all the families. City workers put up notices on certain buildings. If people didn't move out, they cut the electricity and threw their belongings into the street. The government says it has found accommodation for some of the displaced families, but not the majority. Activists estimate that nearly 800,000 people have been displaced in all. They haven't found new housing for all of them.
هذه الجهة ما كانت موجودة أول. مجمع الأمير هذا مخابز الربيع ما كان رايح.
Some families have gone to live in villages near the city. In my building, there's an apartment where 3 different families are living because they have nowhere else to go. Fortunately, people are looking after each other. The neighborhoods in the south of Jeddah have been developing for the last 70 years. They were generally built without proper planning. Most of the residents are families from modest backgrounds, many of them foreign workers. But they had thriving local economies. Now lots of these people have lost their livelihood.
هنا كان عطار اسمه العطار الشلبي وهنا كان خياط لباس.
It's okay to want to modernize the city, but not if it hurts their residents.
The Saudi authorities have said that families who can prove they owned apartments that were demolished will get compensation, but they haven't given a timetable. An air raid siren in Ukraine to warn of a possible airstrike. But as the war rages on, these alert systems aren't always reliable and can't always be found online. An American student in Israel has created a solution with an online alert tool based on Israel's Red Alert notification system. The project allows people outside Ukraine to keep up with their loved ones in the country and lets Ukrainians on the ground stay informed of the risk.
There's no real compelling way to alert people of sirens in or outside of Ukraine. The current system is area-specific and location-locked. So if you have family members there, but you're not physically there, you won't really be able to see if sirens are sounding. Ukraine Siren Alerts, or UASA, is a platform that automatically alerts people of incoming attacks and turns it into a map and information on the alert and where the alert is located and the time and date. And it posts that data to Twitter, Telegram, Facebook, and soon it will also broadcast the alert via SMS and email. Let's say an aircraft just took off from Belarus is heading in the direction of Kiev. The military will inform the municipalities and cities that might get affected, and then those areas will post the alerts to their social media accounts or to their websites. UASA combines all that data into one place.
Bernard's alert system already has thousands of followers on Twitter. He says it's especially useful for Ukrainians living overseas, like his girlfriend, who have families still inside the country.
It's reassuring to be able to know exactly what's going on when it happens, because you're able to see and really feel connected to your family there and the people you know. And I've heard from people in Ukraine, outside of Ukraine, One that stuck with me quite a bit is a guy who goes by the name of Chris, who's from Kiev. He told me that he learned about it from Twitter and was using the service because the area that he was in didn't physically have sirens. So he was using UASA because it still gave alerts for his area, despite the fact that there's no physical sirens. And he's able to notify his friends and family. And he told me like it's helped and saved his family. And that's just amazing to me. It's my goal. I started the project because I want to help people.
That's it for this week. As always, let us know what's happening where you are, whether it's something bad happening in your community that needs to be denounced, or something good, a positive initiative you think we should cover. Our contact info is on the screen. I'll see you next time.
It's the murder on the mainland that's got the dead man's homeland up in arms. The killing of the jailed assassin and independence figurehead Ivan Colonna triggered often violent protests in his native Corsica and pushed the question of deeper autonomy high up the political agenda. Back in 1998, Colonna fatally shot a local prefect and was sentenced to life in prison for that crime nearly 10 years later. But by that point, he'd already got a firm following as a local hero of the nationalist cause. Hello and welcome to France in Focus. This week we've flown to a rugged and a restive island where calls for greater self-governance persist and where tensions have boiled over onto the streets. Corsica has by and large been French since 1769, but some here want the cord slackened, if not snipped altogether. And as you'll find out in this next report, uproar and upheaval have been part of island life for years. August 1975. A group of pro-autonomy militants occupy the wine warehouse of a former Algerian settler accused of being involved in a financial scandal. Over 1,000 gendarmes were sent by the French government to bring the standoff to an end. 2 officers lost their lives and 1 of the militants was injured. The episode heralded the start of a new era of Corsican resistance.
Large numbers of Corsicans went to settle in France's colonies across North Africa and in French Indochina. And during the period of decolonization, this influx of former settlers back to the island meant that locals started to feel they were getting a rough deal and that they weren't being given the same financial handouts from the state that these former settlers were getting.
1 year later, Corsica's National Liberation Front was born. But before the creation of the FLNC, other islanders had already left their mark and strived for change. In 1736, the German adventurer Theodor de Neuhoff attempted to establish Corsican independence from Genoa, which had ruled the island for 5 centuries. He became the first and only king of Corsica. 20 years later, Pascal Paoli ended Genoese rule. He was elected president of the Executive Council and wrote one of Europe's most democratic constitutions at the time. He oversaw more than a decade of Corsican independence and transformed the island with his reforms.
The key figure of the 18th century was Pascal Paoli. He was a man who wanted to give Corsica a constitution, who set up a national navy and army regiments, who created the university in Corte, and the Paulist regime, which would stay in place for 14 years until 1769. It was King Louis XV's army that ended Paoli's rule and, more importantly, closed the University of Corte.
Just a few months earlier, Napoleon Bonaparte had been born in the city of Ajaccio. Like his father, the young general would come to worship Paoli and his ideas. But Napoleon's ambitions would take him far from his native shores and to the center of French and later European power. Ever since then, the history of Corsica has been inextricably and uneasily linked to that of the mainland. Many Corsicans who came out in protest following news that Colonna had been assaulted and killed were youngsters. Growing up in one of the poorest pockets of France, and with the feeling that they're being ignored, the island's young population was quick to join the demos. We've driven to the central university town of Corte to meet some students who are hoping that the winds of change will soon blow in. From the front, the Mariani campus of Corsica's university looks like any other higher education institute. But from the back, the building tells a different story, one of anger against the French state and of the frustrations of those who study here. Since the death of Ivan Colonna, the walls of this university have been splashed with anti-French slogans and images of the notorious hero. The site has also become a hotbed of revolt, where young and old have come to meet behind closed doors to discuss their battle plan. Rachel Rogette is the daughter of nationalist sympathizers, and she's now one of the mouthpieces of her generation.
Our priority is to put the Corsican question firmly back on the table. For far too long now, we have been completely ignored by the French government, so it's high time that we get some answers to our questions.
19-year-old Jean-Baptiste Géronime often pops into the cafe over the road from the university with his friend Ange François. They're both in their first year studying education sciences. They're proud of their Corsican roots and identity and of their dwindling native language, which they prefer to use day to day.
Oh, oui, je t'ai vu d'Ivan Colonna dans ta BFM TV. C'est à moi.
Today, Jean-Baptiste is keen to show his friend a video he's found online of Colonna speaking while in prison on the mainland.
For me, Ivan Colonna represents Corsica. He died for the island, defending our ideals. Since 2015, we've been trying to have a discussion with the French government to push forward the Corsican question. Unfortunately, we've been forgotten about, and it's just sad that Colonna has had to die for our problems to be put back on the table.
This push to have a greater say goes hand in hand with another battle, one that youngsters were fighting before Colonna was attacked and killed. As they put their heads in their textbooks, the island's students all too often struggle to keep their heads above water as well. With financial insecurity growing, many find it hard to pay their rent or fill their cupboards with food, a situation that's fueled tensions further. With youngsters pushing for change, and with many locals believing that their island should be granted more powers, we've come to meet a professor at the university campus in Corte to unpick these issues further. André Fedji, you're a professor of political science at the University of Corsica. Thank you for speaking to France 24. My first question's about the nationalist movement here on the island. It's been brewing in the background for years, but what's different about this latest resurgence of it?
The nationalist movement is a bit out of practice in organizing big rallies. This one is quite unique in terms of the intensity and the frequency. There have been dozens of protests over more than 10 days with surely more than 20,000 people. That's a lot for Corsica. There have also been several incidents that have caught the authorities' attention, even if we're speaking of just a handful of people, maybe 2 or 3% of protesters.
Many here on the island are calling for greater autonomy. What would that actually look like? How far and how deep could it go?
Corsicans believe that autonomy would allow elected officials to intervene directly on legal matters. That means more room for maneuver, more authority in decision-making, more legal weight in areas like the economy, taxes or urban planning, for example. These areas would need to be negotiated with the government. The aim, in theory, would be to establish standards that are more adapted to the Corsican situation and therefore more efficient than the national standards.
Now, Corsica already has a rather special status. What does it currently enjoy in terms of benefits?
Corsica's administrative status is very different because we merged one region with two administrative departments. The same model was proposed in Alsace in 2013, so it's not exceptional in itself. What stands out, even if it doesn't have much impact in terms of decision-making, is that Corsica has an executive council which answers to the Corsican Assembly. This is different from the mainland. It also has some additional powers, but purely administrative, nothing legal or statutory.
Let's talk now about Yvon Colonna. Why has he become such an important figurehead for youngsters here?
There's a lot of backstory as to why he became a symbol of injustice. Since 2015, the nationalists have held power, and over the past 5 years, they've widened their majority in local elections. But the French government has given no indication that it intends to listen, at least in part, to their demands. So there's a great deal of resentment and frustration and a feeling of injustice. All this comes together to focus on one person, a man who Corsicans feel should have been allowed to finish his jail time at home. Instead, he was denied permission to transfer from his mainland prison and left at the mercy of Islamist extremists, which probably fueled some conspiracy theories.
Just how difficult or problematic has life become for youngsters, for students here in Corsica?
The Corsican economic model produces wealth, it produces jobs, but it's often unskilled, poorly paid work that offers little job security. The main sectors are construction, seasonal tourism and retail, so fairly unskilled and poorly paid.
One demand here in Corsica is that the status of Corsica be written into the constitution. Why is that so important for people living here?
Today, the constitution is so rigid. We need to break free of it in order to allow a real evolution in Corsica's status. Determination of legal and statutory powers is set by the constitution. So if the government wants to give Corsica these powers, it will, without question, have to reform the constitution.
Political autonomy is one thing in Corsica, but will there be economic consequences of that?
If Corsica is given legislative autonomy, you would expect it to focus primarily on the economic and fiscal sectors. Based on this, the economy may well evolve, but the Corsican authorities would have to keep a few jokers in their hand to ensure the market doesn't become a target of financial or even mafia groups. This is a major concern in Corsica. More autonomy, certainly, but the state must be present, even more so than today, especially on legal matters.
André Fadzi, thank you very much for talking to France 24. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, that's all from me and the island of Corsica, but do stay tuned to France 24.
Ago, the images of the fire that engulfed the medieval church of Notre Dame in Paris made headlines around the world. After the initial shock, thousands of men and women, including architects, scientists, or painters, started working around the clock to restore the building to its former glory. French President Emmanuel Macron gave them a 5-year deadline to complete the work. But are they on target? Notre Dame Revisited on France 24 and France24.com.
Russia strikes the western Ukrainian city of Lviv. At least 7 are killed. This as the Ukrainian resistance continues to hold inside the besieged city of Mariupol. South Africa deploys thousands of soldiers to Durban as the rebuilding begins after devastating storms leave over 400 people dead. And Shanghai reports its first official coronavirus deaths in months. This as the Chinese city remains under a strict lockdown. Experts, though, say the true toll in the city is likely far higher. Those are our world news headlines on France 24. Thank you for joining us. I'm Nadia Massi in Paris. And we start with news that this morning Russian missiles struck the Ukrainian city of Lviv, killing at least 7 people there and injuring around 11 others. Now, until recently, the western city has been relatively shielded from attacks rocking the rest of the country. Lviv's mayor, though, says this morning both civilian and military targets were hit.
Rockets were launched from aircrafts, but that is preliminary information. Whether this garage was the ultimate target, well, I don't really want to believe it, but on the other hand, maybe they were aiming for the railway station. We now don't have safe and unsafe location in the city. The enemy is cynical and they're inhuman.
Well, meanwhile, our chief foreign affairs editor, Rob Parsons, is currently in the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv. He has more for us on the upcoming battle in the east of the country.
General Zaluzhny, the commander-in-chief of the Ukrainian armed forces, has said that the Ukrainians now think that the Russians have redeployed sufficiently to be ready to launch that long-promised offensive in the east, and the likelihood is that it will come sometime over the next few days. And meantime, in Mariupol, the defense of the city goes on. The Russians gave a deadline yesterday. The defenders of the city ignored it. There may be as many as 3,000 men still in the Azov steel works, which is an enormous area, about 4, 5, 6 square kilometers, where the conditions are pretty good for defending the city, very difficult for invading troops to get in there. And the Russians clearly are taking heavy losses. That's what's holding them back. But at the same time, you know, they feel under a certain amount of pressure. Russia needs to be able to announce some sort of victory, particularly with May the 9th, that's Victory Day, to celebrate the end of the Second World War coming up soon. Clearly, Vladimir Putin would like to be able to say to the Russian people, look, we've completed the battle to take control over eastern Ukraine, but he's not there yet. And, you know, meantime, the fighting goes on, and meantime, the Russians are taking heavy losses. Yet another general, General Frolov, deputy commander of the Russian 8th Army, killed over the weekend. That's 8 generals now who've been killed.
Well, meanwhile, another France 24 team is currently in the central eastern Ukrainian city of Dnipro. It's not far from the worst of the fighting in Mariupol and Donbass. And so the city has become a hub for tens of thousands of Ukrainians fleeing the war. Karim Yahyaoui and Mohamed Farhat have met some of them.
This theater in the city of Dnipro is now being used as a center to help distribute food and other items to internally displaced Ukrainians. This family arrived in the city fleeing from Kramatorsk in the Donbass.
We need clothes for the little one because she is growing so fast. Her clothes are too small. We don't have the money to buy any. That's why we came here, so that we could find something for her.
Some of those who were displaced to Dnipro are now volunteering and helping others who've just arrived. Ivan fled from Donetsk. He's now serving up hot meals in a restaurant in Dnipro.
I have now been displaced twice. I had to flee Donetsk to go to Kharkiv, and then I had to flee Kharkiv. I hope to go back there someday.
Every day, the restaurant where Ivan works serves around 100 warm meals, free of charge.
We don't have any money. I've been disabled since Chernobyl. First I lived through Chernobyl, and now 2 wars in the Donbass. I can't go home. I don't have a home anymore. I can't be reunited with my family. They're in areas that are occupied. I don't know what's in store for me. I just want peace for us all, nothing more.
In Dnipro, some are only passing through, like this family who got in their van hastily, taking all they could as they fled the city of Pokrovsk in the Donbass. They're hoping to make their way to the center of the country.
I took my whole family and my cat. The government recommended that we leave because we don't know what is going to happen. However, my mother stayed there.
Each day, up to 15,000 displaced people arrive in Dnipro, according to the mayor, coming mostly from Kharkiv, the Donbass, and Mariupol.
Now, in other world news, work is underway in South Africa this week to restore vital services like water and electricity after extreme weather killed over 400 people. The flooding was among the worst on record in the country. Thousands of homes have also been destroyed. Yinka Oyatade has this.
As the rain subsides in South Africa, officials finally assess the extent of the damage. Days of severe storms and flooding left a trail of destruction here. Around 4,000 homes have been completely wiped out. Rescue teams continue to search for dozens still missing, while victims struggle to come to terms with the disaster.
My niece was sleeping with me. When the mudslide happened, she was washed away. We don't know where she is. She hasn't been found.
Heavy rainfall started pounding South Africa's east coast last Monday, triggering deadly mudslides and flash floods. The province of KwaZulu-Natal has been the worst hit, with the highest number of victims recorded there. Its premier says relief is on its way.
The government and social partners will provide support to the bereaved families. We want to emphasize the fact that having learned the lessons of COVID-19, no amount of corruption, maladministration, or fraud will be tolerated in the province.
The South African government has announced that it will release 63 million euros for emergency relief, but that may not be enough. Authorities in KwaZulu-Natal say billions will be needed to rebuild the province alone.
Now, China has reported the deaths of 3 people from COVID-19 in Shanghai for the first time since the city entered a strict lockdown late March. The victims were aged between 89 and 91 and unvaccinated. For more, here's Oliver Farry in Hong Kong.
If we were to look at patterns of deaths in large outbreaks elsewhere in the world, it would stand to reason that there would be more than 3 deaths in the 375,000 cases that have been recorded in Shanghai over the past few weeks. Now, of course, as elsewhere in the world, there has been fudging over a number of the cases. The BBC reported last week that it had seen documents from one hospital that said at least 28 people had died with COVID. There are cases of people testing positive for COVID going into hospital and then dying. These have not been classified as COVID deaths. Elsewhere in the world, it has been the same. There have been deaths classified under other diseases, and there may well have been other causes involved. In fact, an awful lot of public health officials prefer to use excess death statistics in a particular year as a better measure of the effect of the pandemic than has been the case, than rather official COVID deaths. Certainly China has probably been a little bit quiet on a number of its deaths. It's another matter whether the scale of how many deaths they're downplaying. Remember that Omicron is less fatal than previous strains of the virus, but really only for those who are vaccinated. And there are still quite a lot of elderly people in China unvaccinated, including the 3 whose deaths were confirmed today.
Well, that update brings us to the end of this news programme. Thanks for watching and do stay tuned.
Incredible to think that it is already 3 years ago, the night of the 15th to the 16th of April 2019, the fire that severely damaged but failed to destroy Notre Dame. So badly damaged that for several days it was unclear if the structure of the building would even survive. Then, though, came the big promise that it would be rebuilt for 2024 in time for the Olympic Games in Paris. The huge works got underway, colossal works, extremely difficult, and all right in the middle of the first wave of coronavirus, and with the area covered as well in lead dust, highly toxic, released from the fire in the roof. In Revisited, we promised you we'd follow the reconstruction, a kind of annual checkup. In the last edition, we visited the works with an historical monument architect. We met with local people who live next to Notre Dame, with the designers of the temporary wooden structure that holds the building together, and restorers working hard on the paintings as well. We also met the man in charge of the works, and despite all the difficulties, he still seemed optimistic.
We are still on course to reopen the cathedral to worshippers in 2024. The whole world is watching our progress. We're aware of all that's at stake, we're aware of the difficulties, and we can't afford to make any mistakes. We are all working hard to complete this project and complete it well.
So 1 year on, we are halfway through the restoration time available, but the actual restoration work has still not really begun. Tension then is rising, but is the reopening of Notre Dame in 2024 really feasible? Well, hundreds of tradesmen and women up and down the country certainly hope so, fully engaged in the process. Well, Melina Huet with Josh Vardy revisit for the second time Notre Dame for France 24.
Ancient giants of the forest, soon for the chop. These massive oaks have grown here, millimetre by millimetre, over hundreds of years. Until 2021, the year that marks the final curtain for some of these arboreal giants. 40-metre-long trunks may come crashing to the ground, but this is not the end. These trees are destined for a perhaps unexpected second life. They form part of the 2,000 oaks required for the reconstruction of Notre Dame Cathedral, after it went up in flames on April the 19th, 2019.
It's the best of the best, as you can see. There's not even a little star.
Did you see the growth in the rings?
Well, this one grew slowly. It has a fantastic grain.
Claire Quinones and Aymeric Albert work at the National Forestry Office. They take great care when selecting each tree to cut down.
You can clearly see the shape of a beam, with a break in the middle.
The tree had to have this natural curvature so that it would be as solid as possible and not deform over time. So this tree responds perfectly to the criteria given to us.
This oak is indeed among the 8 chosen to form the base of the spire. To be specific, a giant wooden frame at the center of this intricate structure. It's due to be rebuilt in the same way as the 19th century spire which disappeared the night of the fire.
The tree that we just cut down is of exceptional quality. It's the best of the 8. It's more than 13 meters of A-grade wood, which is the perfect grade. It's quite emotional because due to the exceptional work of several generations of foresters, we are able to harvest it.
But before they're added into Notre Dame's spire, these trees still have a long adventure ahead of them. The next step takes us to Mayenne, 9 months later. At dawn, the aptly named Sawmill of Giants prepares to split up the enormous trunks. Mikhail recently changed career to become a carpenter. He opened his sawmill in 2020.
Yeah, it fits.
This fledgling business was not chosen at random.
I set up this sawmill to make wooden boats. We work with long lengths to make masts and keels. Then at the beginning of 2020, I had a call to ask if I wanted to cut some long pieces for Notre Dame Cathedral. The oaks that came from the Bercé forest are enormous. We've had to adapt to that. Once cut, each log is between 20 and 25 meters long. There are a few of them of different lengths. I'm the only one who can saw a piece that long.
In order to carry out this unusual project, the sawmill had to be expanded and equipment modified.
They're almost awe-inspiring. They're huge, 15 tons. I tell myself I'm lucky to be able to do this work. Lots of people would love to be in my shoes. Right now it's me. We're aware of how lucky we are to be able to work with these 250-year-old trees that will live on for years in a cathedral.
The time has come to saw the first oak.
Go for it, Theo.
A tree planted before the French Revolution. But the sawing is only done in the presence of the National Forestry Office. We're back with Claire Quinones, who helped to choose these oaks. She explains that these trees haven't been sacrificed for Notre Dame, as some might see it.
You can't have sustainable management if you don't renew the forest and at some point the tree's already there. They need to reproduce and make younger trees. After 200 years, the tree has reached maturity and so is ready to be harvested. Beneath it is a whole generation of small trees. Then in 200 years, and that's what's great and what's magic about sustainable management, we'll have new ones just like it.
Such a special event deserves a special audience. In this case, members of the media and the head of the Notre Dame construction site himself, General Georgelin. He says he's been impressed by the commitment of the craftsmen who have come from all over France.
The echo from this site is reviving vocational jobs across the country. It's quite incredible. In a sense, it shows to what extent Notre Dame is setting an example, and emblematic. This construction site will leave a legacy.
It's a legacy that will only come to life in 2 years from now, which is when the cathedral is scheduled to reopen. These oaks will have to be dried and assembled by carpenters. They won't actually be installed in the cathedral until 2023. In Paris, time is running out. An almost invisible enemy is hiding up in the cathedral's heights. The damp left after the fire service doused the flames, along with bad weather, has caused salt to migrate to the surface of the stones, which are now at risk of crumbling. Giuseppina Jenner is in charge of a crucial operation, desalination. Her teams, 6 women and 12 men, have just applied a sort of compress to every square centimetre of the cathedral's vaults.
It's kaolin, which is clay and very pure sand. We mix it with demineralized water, which is water that has no salt. And we make a mixture that is already stabilized, and then we apply it with this machine, and then we smooth it to a thickness of 0.5 millimeter. Do the last ones, then you can smooth it.
This coating is due to be removed in a few months, the time it takes to check that the salt has disappeared and no longer threatens the building. It's a complicated task.
There are several phases in restoration. You may see a scaffold, and then, before you know it, it's magnificent. People don't know that everything is done by hand. Of course, we have machines that can project, but apart from that, human hands do all the work. It's physical work, but it brings great satisfaction.
Giuseppina has been doing restoration work for 20 years, but the Italian specialist says this site has no equivalent in the world.
Everyone knows what Notre Dame is when you say its name. Notre Dame has been glorified in books and musicals. Notre Dame is more than a cathedral. It's Disney and all the rest. It was a real shock when we saw the fire. It was terrible for a restorer. Anyway, I'm very happy to be here.
A few meters from Giuseppina's building site, the housing of the great organ was spared by the flames, so has not been moved. Nor have its giant front pipes. But the 8,000 others that make up the instrument, as well as its wind chests, have been removed one by one and are being renovated far away from Paris. as far as 700 kilometers in Lviv. Part of the instrument is currently here in this small town in the south of France. It's at this organ workshop run by Charles Sarlot for 24 years.
For our company, it's rather rewarding to participate in the restoration of the organ in this place. It's real. It's Notre Dame. There's no question. It means a lot to us, that's for sure.
The workshop is restoring the 19 wind chests of the organ right at the heart of the instrument. The wooden base, which holds thousands of pipes.
The wind chest is what distributes the air to the pipes. When the organist plays a key on the keyboard, it acts on the valve. It pulls a valve in reality. And so the air rushes through the whole row of notches to feed a note on the keyboard. For example, it's going to make all the founds play in each stop. Then the organist chooses from all his founds which stop he wants to play. I think this one here, for example, is the clarion. And then afterwards you have the trumpet and all the rest, all the instruments.
115 registers make it the largest instrument in France. Once dismantled, it's difficult to imagine its size, 12 meters tall by 12 meters wide. Charles tries to give us an idea.
Here you can see a wind chest, but inside the organ there's a certain number of wind chests in a row, and above them are even more. The pipes sit on top of all that, and the organist is there in relation to the casing. And then everything else is contained inside. He has his console outside with his back to the case.
And he plays facing that way?
And he plays facing the choir.
The wind chests were contaminated with lead, so had to be treated before being delivered to the workshop.
We took advantage of the fact that everything had been dismantled to carry out a serious inspection of the wind chests. We tested them, or we put them to the wind, so to speak. We put them under pressure in the same conditions as when they're inside the instrument, and we check absolutely all the notes to see if there's any borrowing, or when a note speaks to the next one we're sounding. You shouldn't hear two of them. So we tested all that. We saw there were a few small problems, so we made corrections, and that's it. So here, having a musical ear or not doesn't make a difference.
It's not that harmonious, but it works. The organ has been the voice of Notre Dame since 1733, and it must be ready to sing there again in little more than a year.
Yes, we'll be happy to hear it again, but you've got to give us a little time to get everything ready beforehand.
Each wind chest needs roughly 250 hours of work. Here, like elsewhere, time is running out. A final visit to Notre Dame. There's one major step left before the restoration of the building: dusting and decontamination. During the fire, hundreds of tons of lead melted and then settled as toxic dust all over the building, adding to the dust that had been building up since the 19th century.
We must remove this pollution, in particular the lead oxides that have settled and mixed with the initial dust, so that we can work in healthy conditions that comply with safety standards to protect the workers who will be working on the site.
Pascal Prunet is checking that the scaffolding has been installed without risk for the decontamination teams.
There are still holes in the frame here. There's more than 20 centimeters. It's not normal. We'll have to manage it as well as possible. It's been delicate to erect this scaffolding as close as possible to the building, because there are obstacles and they have to be managed and you can't move them.
These giant scaffolds have been adapted to fit the complex shapes of the cathedral. It has to include, for example, all the artwork on the outside.
This is a very famous group of statues in the cathedral, known as the Vow of Louis XIII. It is installed in the axis of the choir. And so you can see it's already been restored a long time ago. These fingers have been repaired or replaced. But then you can see the dirt that had settled inside the stone.
The result of the dust removal work is striking. You can now see the cathedral's vaults just as its 19th century visitors saw them, immaculately white. With 2 years to go on the project, the biggest surprise has not come from up here. An exceptional discovery has been made underground.
There was a very strong fire here. This is where the spire fell. There was a pile of rubble that we gradually removed, and these elements were discovered underneath.
The elements he's referring to are fragments of the former rood screen of Notre Dame, of which only a few pieces had been found, now housed in the Louvre Museum. A human-shaped lead sarcophagus was also dug out, which probably dates from the 14th century.
We were able to pass an endoscopic camera inside, which allowed us to identify tissue remains, but also organic matter such as hair and also plant remains, particularly at the head level with small leaves. At first glance, it looked like boxwood, but that is yet to be confirmed. And this is a practice reserved for the social elite. We're not talking about embalming, but about maximum preservation of the body. The fact that these plant remains are still there proves that the contents have been very well preserved.
But the building work must take precedence over this extraordinary discovery. The archaeologists obtained an extension, but will finally have to leave Notre Dame. The spot they've been excavating is needed for the 100-meter scaffolding required to rebuild the spire.
Melina Ouentz revisiting for the second time Notre Dame there for France at 24. Well, that's all from this week's edition. Don't forget, of course, you can catch it and the previous editions as well on our website. You'll find it all at france24.com. More news coming up very shortly. Thanks for watching.
A programme about women who are reshaping our world. We meet those who seek equality, be it in the boardroom or at the village well. The 51% brings you stories from across the globe about the women who are challenging the way we think.
The 51%, presented by Annette Young on France 24 and France24.com.
Everything you do on the web leaves a footprint. When you look for directions, post on social media, or subscribe to an app, all your information is compiled, stored, checked, and analyzed by tech giants.
You have to think about their business model is collect as much information as possible so that they can then sell that information who wants to find exactly you.
Across the world, citizens are striving to protect their privacy.
There are many, many ways that you can remain confidential even in this hyper-connected world with a lot of state surveillance.
So, is it only possible to go under the radar to cover your online tracks? We've got the guide on Reporters Plus. Join us on France 24 and France24.com.
Russia strikes the western Ukrainian city of Lviv. At least 7 are killed. This as the Ukrainian resistance does continue to hold inside the besieged city of Mariupol. South Africa deploys thousands of soldiers to Durban as rebuilding efforts begin after devastating storms leave over 400 people dead. And Shanghai reports its first official coronavirus deaths in months. This as the Chinese city remains under a strict lockdown. But experts say the true death toll there is likely far higher. Those are our top stories on France 24. Thank you for joining us. I'm Nadia Massi in Paris. And we start the programme with the news that this morning Russian missiles struck the Ukrainian city of Lviv, killing at least 7 people there and injuring 11 others. Now, until now, the western city has been relatively shielded from the attacks rocking the rest of the country. Lviv's mayor, though, says both military and civilian sites were hit.
Rockets were launched from aircrafts, but that is preliminary information. Whether this garage was the ultimate target, well, I don't really want to believe it, but on the other hand, maybe they were aiming for the railway station. We now don't have safe and unsafe location in the city. The enemy is cynical, and they're inhuman.
Well, meanwhile, our chief foreign editor, Rob Parsons, is currently in the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv, and he has a bit more for us on the upcoming battle in the east.
General Zaluzhny, the commander-in-chief of the Ukrainian armed forces, has said that the Ukrainians now think that the Russians have redeployed sufficiently to be ready to launch that long-promised offensive in the east, and the likelihood is that will come sometime over the next few days. And meantime, in Mariupol, the defense of the city goes on. The Russians gave a deadline yesterday. The defenders of the city ignored it. There may be as many as 3,000 men still in the Azov steel works, which is an enormous area, about 4, 5, 6 square kilometers, where the conditions are pretty good for defending the city, very difficult for invading troops to get in there. And the Russians clearly are taking heavy losses. That's what's holding them back. But at the same time, you know, they feel under a certain amount of pressure. Russia needs to be able to announce some sort of victory, particularly with May the 9th, that's Victory Day, to celebrate the end of the Second World War coming up soon. Clearly, Vladimir Putin would like to be able to say to the Russian people, look, we've completed the battle to take control over eastern Ukraine, but he's not there yet. And, you know, meantime, the fighting goes on, and meantime, the Russians are taking heavy losses. Yet another general, General Frolov, deputy commander of the Russian 8th Army, killed over the weekend. That's 8 generals now who've been killed.
It's Rob Parsons reporting for us there. Now, for several weeks, international investigators have been trying to gather evidence of war crimes being committed in Ukraine. The National Prosecutor's Office says it has now identified some 6,000 potential cases. But just how is that evidence being collated and verified? Our colleagues from France 2 television have sent us this from the northern city of Chernihiv.
This southern town in Chernihiv was occupied by Russian troops for a month. Now that they've left, civilians are speaking out about multiple war crimes Moscow committed during their occupation. It's this young prosecutor's job to collect the evidence.
I didn't study war crimes as such. There was no need for that. Our country was not in an all-encompassing war like this one.
But the war did arrive in this village, where Dimitrov now travels around to hear the stories of the residents. He meets a mother whose daughter has disappeared.
On the 25th of March, Russian soldiers went door to door on the streets.
Troops took her daughter's telephone and found messages with Ukrainian soldiers.
They took me to a different room. A soldier stood next to me. My daughter asked for warm socks. She said goodbye to me. Then they took her.
Vika, her daughter, never reappeared.
Ever since the Russian soldiers left, we've discovered atrocities. Every time we find a new one, we think, that's it. But there's always another one. Every day we find a new resident who has died.
In the same village, Russian soldiers struck a resident's house, but prosecutors were more interested in what happened to him.
The soldier put me in the basement.
Volodymyr was suspected of being an informer for the Ukrainian army. He was held with other residents for more than 20 days in the basement of this nursery. It has been completely destroyed by Russian troops. They base themselves here throughout their occupation.
Look at what we found, a medal belonging to one of the leaders of the Russian army.
There are many testimonies of abuse coming out of former Russian-occupied villages in Ukraine, but only a small number of the stories may end up in court because of insufficient evidence.
Now, in other world news, work is underway this week in South Africa to restore vital services like water and electricity after extreme weather left over 400 people dead. The flooding was among the worst on record ever in South Africa. Thousands of homes have been destroyed, and the government says it will take days, if not weeks, before a semblance of normality can resume around the city of Durban. For more, here's our South Africa correspondent Nadine Theron.
Still raining, that's the first thing. It's still raining and many roads are still underwater, and because of those roads and the bridges having collapsed, many communities are isolated and they're basically stuck on islands. And the government is working tirelessly to clear these roads. But in the meantime, schools are supposed to reopen tomorrow. Children are returning to schools, but hundreds of schools have been damaged and dozens of hospitals have also, or healthcare facilities have been damaged. And 40,000 people have been displaced. Many areas are still without access to fresh water, and the government said that the water supply will only be fully restored by this weekend. So people are taking water fresh. They're trying to use the flood water to use for basic household activities. And in the meantime, the rescue workers are still recovering as bodies. Dozens of people are still missing, and we know that 3 rescue workers have already died this past weekend while trying to recover bodies. Around 200 rescue operations have already taken place, and it could take months for some of these roads and bridges to be rebuilt, for people to have proper access and quick access to schools, workplaces and hospitals.
A lot of work to do. How is the government now responding?
So the extent of the damage to infrastructure alone has been estimated to be more than 200 million euros. The Premier of the province has requested for this provincial disaster to be declared as a national disaster in South Africa. President Cyril Ramaphosa has postponed his diplomatic mission to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and he's actually going to stay in South Africa now to focus on the flooding recovery efforts. Other provinces in the country are now also sending rescue teams. Rescue teams from around the country have been traveling to KwaZulu-Natal to assist, and 10,000 troops from the military are going to arrive in KwaZulu-Natal tomorrow. Many of them are plumbers and electricians. They're going to fix the problems with the roads and the electricity and the water supply, and they're also going to help with setting up a field accommodation and water purification. And in the meantime, the government isn't said that they can't cope alone. They really rely on efforts from across the country to assist them.
That's Nadine Theron for us there. Now, China has reported the deaths of 3 people from COVID-19 in Shanghai. It's the first time deaths have been reported since the city entered a strict lockdown in late March. The victims were aged between 89 and 91, and they had not been vaccinated. Sharon Gaffney has this.
Dressed top to toe in protective kit, residents make their way down the near-deserted streets of downtown Shanghai. Elsewhere, others join long queues for COVID testing. The Chinese megacity has been under strict lockdown for weeks, with millions ordered to stay at home, relying on authorities to deliver food amid reports of shortages. Such targeted lockdown measures, along with travel restrictions and mass testing, have helped to slow down the number of infections across China, but authorities have struggled to contain outbreaks in multiple regions, largely driven by the fast-spreading Omicron variant. More than 22,000 cases were recorded in Shanghai over the past 24 hours, as well as the city's first death since the start of this latest outbreak. Officials are ramping up testing efforts using inflatable labs that can handle up to 100,000 samples per day.
The inflatable labs are bigger than the regular ones, and they can be set up more quickly.
Shanghai started locking down eastern areas at the end of March before extending the restrictions citywide days later. While some curbs were eased last week, most businesses remain closed and public transport is suspended. Frustrated residents have taken to social media to vent their anger at local authorities over difficulties sourcing food and poor conditions at central quarantine centres. Tensions have also erupted into occasional public protests and scuffles with police.
2 Palestinians were injured this morning by Israeli forces in the occupied West Bank. It's just the latest incident in a wave of violence in Israel and the Palestinian territories. Now, over the weekend, 170 people were wounded in the old city of Jerusalem. The worst of that unrest was on Friday when Israeli forces raided the Al-Aqsa Mosque complex. You can see those images there. They used rubber bullets and stun grenades at the holy site. And now the violence is threatening to unravel the Israeli government. Yesterday, the Arab-Israeli party RAM suspended its membership of the coalition. It says it will leave the government altogether if the violence continues. Well, those are our top stories from the newsroom. Thanks for watching, and do stay tuned, because up next on France 24 is Reporters, which follows the story of young activists trying to resist online surveillance.
Bienvenue à tous. Welcome to Reporters Plus here on France 24. I'm Mark Owen. In this edition, we examine the issue of personal security online. Every move we make today is tracked by our smartphones. Our online browsing creates a pathway for businesses to trace and to target our tastes, and sometimes, sadly, for cybercriminals to infiltrate our lives. Lessons can be learned to stop such problems and control just how much cyber snooping takes place as part of our everyday activities. More and more, this is being discussed amongst the most tech-savvy and often the most vulnerable, younger people.
This next song is about all your private pictures that you put on the web of yourselves, of your loved ones, of everything you are and everything you want to be.
Every day we leave digital footprints behind us. When we're browsing, messaging, or even when we're moving. Even the most innocuous piece of data exposes us to many risks.
You have to think about their business model is collect as much information as possible so that they can then sell that information who wants to find exactly you.
The way you'll try to protect yourself won't be the same if the threat comes from a jealous husband or wife, or if it comes from your boss, or, in my case, if I work with WikiLeaks on documents from the NSA and CIA.
This is a great warning to the rest of the world. Our civil liberties are eroding in front of our eyes.
Whether we're young students, ordinary citizens, journalists, or dissidents, we all face different types of threats online. And there are adapted ways for each of us to respond.
When I hear people say privacy is dead, I think that's nonsense. I don't believe it at all. I think that there are many, many ways that you can remain confidential even in this hyper-connected world with a lot of state surveillance.
Max Thomas is an actor and musician based in Berlin. He's a frequent user of social media and other services provided by big tech, and recently woke up to the issue of data tracking. He knows the risks are limited for him in Germany today, but he's worried about the growing threat posed by tech giants on civil liberties. To learn how to better protect his privacy, he signed up for the Chaos Communication Camp. Every 4 years, this event brings together a community of hackers and coders from all over Europe. Together, they're working to build a more open internet.
Max. Hey, good to see you.
Yes.
I have some questions. One big thing that I'm really trying to conquer is like, how could I get rid of Google?
The way we try to approach Google is also to compartmentalize. Accept that if you have to use one of these tools because you cannot avoid it, at least you can show to them only a small portion of your life and not the entire of your life.
Typically, I would recommend diversifying the tools you use. So rather than relying, for example, on Google for email, for maps, for search, for translation, you can find different privacy-conscious tools for each of these needs. I would highly recommend that you start with the apps where you don't rely on anyone, like your browser. If you've been using Google Chrome, you could use Firefox, you could use Chromium, you could use Tor browser. There are so many different ones out there. And after you find a new browser and you try out a new browser, why don't you try a new search engine? You could change, for example, to DuckDuckGo. Some people try some other ones. They try Cirx, they try Quant. There are so many privacy-conscious search engines.
We had this talk in the afternoon about Facebook because we try to get away from it, but still no one does.
In one side, we don't know what is a better Facebook. So we, as society, have a hard time in figuring out which kind of rights and empowerment we are losing because of the Facebook imprinting.
Yes.
My theory is that we should be in control of our algorithm, we should be in control of our data, and know exactly where we are sharing and how they are treated. And that cannot be sustainable like the current Facebook business model.
Yeah.
Also in Berlin, we had some resistance against Google coming to Kreuzberg, you heard about?
Yes.
And that's raised a lot of attention on how Google was infiltrating in our life.
Yes, and that was amazing. Even for Google, I think they never thought that this could happen.
In 2018, under pressure from local protests, Google had to give up plans of building a tech campus in the Kreuzberg neighborhood of Berlin.
I think Berlin is quite free as a city. And Berliners made it clear, with large protests and by calling on their elected officials, that no one in Kreuzberg wanted a Google campus.
Like most artists, Max needs social media to promote his shows. But it makes him increasingly uneasy. This morning, he's meeting with members of Reclaim Club Culture, a collective of nightlife professionals looking to organize independently.
There have been so many scandals about how personal data is used and about user surveillance. Our idea is to start a campaign where we would invite all the people who work for clubs and the Berlin culture scene to choose an alternative platform on which they can post their events. We have done our research. There is a project in development called Mobilisant, and it could be an alternative to Facebook events.
I'm in touch with many artists. And I'm certain that a city like Berlin, with its unique cultural offering, would be a great launchpad for this initiative and could then be exported to other cities.
Privacy protection is now everyone's concern, but teenagers are on the front lines. They're some of the most avid users of social networks like TikTok, Instagram, or Snapchat. The teachers at Casablanca's Louis Massignon French School want to show their students the dark side of their favorite apps.
Hi.
So today, we're going to look at social networks. First off, have any of you ever read the terms and conditions of a social network?
Honestly, I've never read those terms and conditions because they use really complicated words. It's really long. I've never taken the time to read them, and I also tell myself that since everyone else accepts them, so will I.
So here it's an English lawyer who's rewritten the terms and conditions in a language that's easy to understand for young people, even as young as 9.
So, although you remain responsible for the information you post on Instagram, we can keep, use and share your personal information with companies connected to Instagram. We are not responsible for what these other companies do with your information.
On top of the data that you posted, you're also going to share what people call metadata. The time at which you connected, how many times you liked this or that content. All this data, they then sell it to companies that themselves sell it to other companies afterwards.
Let's move on to the second quote. Go ahead, can you read it, please?
Officially, you are the owner of the pictures and videos you post, but we are authorized to use them. We can also let other people use them all over the world. Others can pay us to use them, but we won't. We won't have to pay you in exchange.
Basile?
It's really shocking. It's if we supplied the wood and we built the fire, but we don't get the heat.
Exactly.
That's right. Actually, they give you the chimney. You can use Instagram for free, but that data belongs to them and they'll use it. That's always how it works. The students' privacy is very important to us, because if we're not the ones who protect our students' privacy, then who will? There are 3 types of risks when it comes to how their data is used. Mostly, there's how that data is exploited by the tech giants or the companies that work for them. Then there's also the risk of seeing their data used by hackers who gain access to their accounts. And then there's of course the risk of this data being used maliciously by other students. That's cyberbullying.
Many children have fallen prey to cyberbullying on social media. To stop that, teachers are showing their students how to better protect their accounts.
In our last class, you remember, we played a game where you had to find the security flaws on your friend's account. Can I hear some of your feedback on this?
I did the experiment with Rich's Instagram account. To start with, her account is private, but it's with her first name. And in her bio, there's her age and her profile pic. You can see her face. You can't see any posts, but on some stories, you can see where she's traveling, when she's traveling, etc.
Okay, so what's your assessment of her account?
It's okay, there's...
Okay, could be better? Okay.
But I'm not the best example to follow either.
if you have the time to sit down and look through each of the privacy setting options, there are some really great gems in here. So you can decide who sees your posts. For example, by default, it might be set to public, and you may want to change that and reduce it just to the people that you've accepted to your page. So you can control what users are seeing your information. Here it says, do you want search engines outside of a link to your profile? Yes or no? And by default, it's set as yes. So this is a really great place to secure the options that are important to you.
Hello, Mr. Measu. My name is Wei Kei. I am a researcher from Hong Kong. I have been following your work about digital security. I was hoping to meet you to talk about the situation we're facing with China. I trust that you will be discreet. I have been as careful as I could, but it's still scary.
Like thousands of Hong Kongers, Wei Kei thought there was no risk going online. But with the umbrella movement to protest against Chinese encroachment on Hong Kong's autonomy, everything changed. Now, Chinese authorities can monitor the communications of any citizen.
So, tell me more. How is the situation in Hong Kong?
It's getting worse and worse. You know, the police are getting more and more violent. The conversation has broken down completely, and we are very worried.
And do you have some kind of a plan?
I think the first step for me would be to learn how to secure myself, and then I will be able to reach out to other people. I'm actually thinking about a campaign for the general public, and I wonder if you would have any contacts of people that I can speak to. Because of my experience living in China, I'm quite familiar how the Chinese government actually infiltrates in the general public and how they, you know, pinpoint certain individuals. I worry about that one day it will also happen to Hong Kong. For people to continue with their work, to fight for our rule of law and for our freedom of speech, they must learn how to protect themselves. Hello, this is Wei Kei.
So what sort of occupation are you involved with?
I work as a researcher, but then after the uprising, I became involved in digital security training. So I'm doing a lot of campaigning and contacting people who are actually high risk.
And so now you're back to learn a little bit more about threat models?
Yeah, threat modeling is something quite new to me.
Okay, and it will help determine your risk. There are 5 questions that you can ask yourself. The first question, what is it that you want to keep private? The second question is related.
Threat modeling. This is getting through the process of thinking, who is that I need to protect from? What is that I need to safe keep? And what is the kind of the worst case scenario? And you start realizing, well, okay, my adversary is this. What I think this adversary is capable of? Is it capable of wiretapping my internet communications or not? Is it capable of, getting data out of providers that I use or not? Is it capable of hacking or not?
The adversaries that I'm facing are actually state actors, so they do have the financial means and technical power. I think my risk would be exposing my contacts. That's my deepest worry. The worst scenario for me would be I get caught. I would be subject to interrogation and, in the worst scenario, torture. These things are all too common in mainland China.
Online surveillance has become a major issue for journalists. By contacting them, their sources run the risk of leaving online footprints that could later help identify and prosecute them. To solve this problem, Julian Assange co-founded WikiLeaks in 2006. The secure platform allows whistleblowers to share sensitive documents while protecting their identities. WikiLeaks exposed to the public the abuses committed by the US Army in Iraq and Afghanistan.
This might be the one here. It's got windows on the side. That is the prison van, but I don't know if he's coming here. It could be him.
Julian Assange has been in the crosshairs of the American government since 2011. He's under threat of extradition towards the US, where he could face up to 175 years in prison.
The first contact problem, this is one of the big issues that we face in journalism. If we just think about a scenario which is that you're a whistleblower, you've got some important information that you want to disclose to me, you use your, let's say, your Gmail address, which has your name and your Gmail that you've used for years, or the normal open line phone call, that's created a permanent record between you and me.
I suggest different levels of security. So someone who doesn't risk anything contacting me, he can write to me on Twitter, Facebook, by email. Someone who potentially could be harmed, if it was discovered that he contacted me, then he can contact me on Signal. Someone who has a very high threat level, typically someone who worked or currently works for intelligence services and wants to hand over a document, can use Secure Drop. It's a program specifically set up to preserve anonymity when getting in touch with an investigative reporter.
In 2010, I was the Spiegel's reporter in London, and I was with reporters from the New York Times and The Guardian in some sort of bunker at the Guardian headquarters. Together, we wrote the first reports on the war in Afghanistan. And when you read them today, it's surprising to see how much people would say in simple emails. WikiLeaks, however, annoyingly and repeatedly asked us to encrypt everything and to always be cautious. And we always laughed amongst us about how paranoid they were. We worked together. It was a true journalistic collaboration. Today, I ask myself the question, what have I done that's different than Julian Assange at the time? I'd even go further. When you read the US's extradition request, who's next on the list? I mean, concretely, what have we done that's different?
If someone's in possession of documents that could be compromising, that are of public interest and they don't know what to do, today, the first thing they should do is find the right person to get in touch with. Finding the journalist that will be able to make this document public while minimizing the risk.
What I would usually suggest is that the person, if they can buy a cheap new laptop, like a little notebook or something like that, go to a cafe, a public Wi-Fi network, download the Tor browser, connect to the Secure Drop page. Then you can make contact with us through that by sending a message. And from there, we could probably take next steps to try and figure out, how we can get further information from you without compromising your security and safety.
Meanwhile, Max is testing Mobilisons, the Facebook events alternative that's about to launch. Today, with other artists, he's meeting with the developers of Mobilisons to talk about how the platform works.
So, why are we still on Facebook as artists, everyone?
We had 15 years of getting used to host everything, delegate everything, the data storage, the server maintenance to Facebook. But if you want a Mobilism instance, then you have to host it somewhere and you have to pay for the server hosting. But this is what freedom really costs. These are the hidden costs that Facebook and so on would hide from us and compensate with stealing our privacy.
So, if I got it right, it means that we could do our own local server, what you call an instance, and download the software to it and give it a name, like Mobilize Berlin, and then we could invite Berlin artists and clubs to come to our platform, and then they could federate. That means communicate with the other servers in Germany and worldwide. Is it right?
Yeah, exactly. That's the federation model. It's a philosophical shift.
The most famous federated platform is the social network called Mastodon. Since its creation in 2016, millions of users have moved from Twitter to this free and open source alternative.
Federation means that there is not a single authority that is in control of the whole network. It means that there's multiple authorities. If you're familiar with email, email is another federated network. You have servers like Hotmail, Outlook, Yahoo, Gmail. You sign up somewhere, you get an email address that starts with your username and ends with the server you're on. And that system allows you to email anyone on any email server just by using that address. So federation is a method by which these authorities are spread out, as opposed to, for example, Twitter or Facebook, where they have, well, I'm going to say one server and millions of users. On Mastodon, because it's decentralized, you have a large number of small servers. Each is owned and operated by different individual or organization, and you get the ability to follow or interact with anyone who's on any other server as well.
To prepare for the launch of Mobilisons, Max invited his artist friends to a crypto party, an informal event where newbies can learn about various alternatives to the tech giants and also about the basics of online security.
So we're going to talk about browsing here. Are you familiar with what a VPN is? Yeah? A VPN, a virtual private network? No? Many people use VPNs for privacy reasons by connecting to a VPN and then going into the internet from the VPN. And one of the benefits of that is that your IP address then looks like it's coming from the VPN, not from your home network. And that protects, in some sense, your identity. Have you heard of Tor before? Yeah? And do you know how it differs from a VPN?
Not really, no.
No? Okay. So Tor is an acronym. It stands for the onion router. In some sense, it's similar to a VPN in that your connection to the actual internet looks like it's coming from somewhere else. But with Tor, it doesn't connect to one node, called a node. Rather, it connects to 3 nodes and then it goes into the internet. And with these layers, that's why it's the onion router, you can have potentially some anonymous connection to the internet. Of course, it's not anonymous if you then log into your Facebook account.
One table over, people are busy ungoogling their Android phones. There are alternatives for most of their apps. For instance, Google Maps can be replaced by OpenStreetMap or Quant Maps in order not to share your location with Google.
The step that I don't understand, since I have an Android and since I have a Google account and my old phone that's connected to Google, they know my information anyway.
Not sharing any data with Google involves a complicated procedure. Completely replacing the Android operating system by another one like Lineage that is free and open source.
In general, Crypto Party recommends free and open source. Have you ever heard this term before?
Once again.
Free and open source?
Free open source.
Free and open source. Basically, it belongs to all of us. So it's the source code is available for other people to take, to use, to modify, to share with other people. It's maximally transparent.
In French, I describe free software using the three words, liberté, égalité, fraternité, because that's exactly what free software is about. Liberté means each user is free in using the program. Égalité, because every user has the same rights. And fraternité, because we encourage users to cooperate with other users. One fairly common kind of malicious functionality is to spy on the user. You must suppose that any non-free program you run is sending data about you and your activities to some company and perhaps to a government.
These past few years, the education sector has been undergoing a digital transition. In Casablanca, at the Louis Massignon French School, that journey started in 2017. The teaching staff had to make software choices. Looking at the programs offered by Big Tech, they had questions about student data collection.
We tried 5 or 6 options in the school. There were several options. Some weren't free, some were open source, and so we really saw the positives and negatives of each option.
The tech giants inevitably give options that are immediate, practical, easy to use, integrated, ergonomic, pleasant, and fun. Nevertheless, what guides us as teachers is educational freedom. And what Big Tech was offering was a ready-to-use option, and those ready-to-use options are generally restrictive.
In terms of respect for privacy and data collection, we were more in line with open source software. That's why we've always privileged open source options over proprietary ones.
OneNote, which is Microsoft software, was also suggested to us, but actually it wasn't really a good fit for the school setting. As for Google Classroom, we quickly realized that we had to use Google's email and cloud services in order to teach class. Students had to have a Google email address, and that wasn't really an option for middle schoolers and kids in primary school, and so the teachers rejected it.
The staff ended up choosing a system called Moodle, as well as Big Blue Button, which is an alternative to Zoom. A choice that didn't win everyone over at first. Open source software has a reputation for being difficult to use.
Moodle isn't the most inviting software at first. It's not very sexy, not very intuitive. It's a bit rough at first use. But then actually it gives room for teachers to be super creative. We can do anything we want to. We can customize it as much as we want.
In London, Julian Assange's extradition trial begins. 5 weeks of hearings in front of Judge Vanessa Bereitzer, hidden away from the cameras in the high-security Belmarsh prison. The prosecution of a journalist for publishing confidential documents is a first in the West. A legal precedent that is concerning for the industry.
How does it work with WikiLeaks? First off, we make a confidentiality commitment, saying we'll respect the embargo, respect the security protocols, we'll communicate on secure email services, and then we have access in a secure way to the document. Ideally, we use Tails. Tails is a movable operating system that can be saved on a USB key or an SD card. You restart your computer on Tails, and then all the communications go through Tor. It's like a computer that isn't linked to my identity, and it guarantees an extra level of anonymity.
When the threat model is as extreme as it can be, we usually try and work in what we would call an air-gapped environment, which is to have computers that have never and will never connect to the internet. And we will only open certain encrypted communications on those air-gapped machines in New York. And the Intercept's obviously built a secure, compartmented facility where it's almost like Alcatraz, you know, it's like there's metal through the walls and so it blocks all signals coming in.
With a new national security law in 2020, Hong Kong's opposition is now directly targeted by Beijing. To counter the threat, Wei Kei now runs workshops teaching online security to activists.
Well, thank you for coming here, and today we're going to talk a little bit about security. But before I get into it, I want to talk about the new security law. Who has heard about the security law in Hong Kong?
In practice, as soon as the government does not like you for any reason, they can send you into China, be tried under the Chinese courts, and basically that's the end of you.
Mm-hmm. So, you know, we also need to escalate our security tools. So it's actually really important to encrypt your communications and encrypt your mails.
Sure, it's about your comrades too. If you're busted, your friends are busted. And from what I heard from, let's say, other activists in my circle, they don't even know what encryption is. It's scary.
So if I'm communicating to the internet from this computer, I could send that unencrypted, and then anyone on the way, my Wi-Fi, my local router, the ISP, whatever it is on the internet that went through all those things, could potentially read it. But if I have it encrypted with PGP, then it can't be read easily.
So we use two keys, two numbers. One that is simply messing up my message to you, right? Like crumbling up for the sake of understanding. So if I pass it on, all people here in between can only pass it on. They can. Yeah. And when you receive that, you have your secret key, the other number, to decrypt it. It's like an opener, a key that opens, and this is where we have to learn how to do this.
In civil society, generally there's a lack of resources, there's a lack of expertise, opposite to a very high capacity of the adversary to breach into electronic devices and intercept communications. And then you need to start thinking away from the strict digital security aspect and start thinking more about the operational security. When you think about operational security, you think more about changing your own behavior in order to mitigate the damage. These considerations often help much more than, say, buying hardware, which are regarded as more secure.
In its early days, the internet promised to be a new space for personal freedom. Nowadays, it's mostly controlled by large companies and states. To protect our privacy, we have to learn how to do it ourselves.
The problem is that no major political force has managed to articulate a vision for what this digital world might look like, were it not run by these rather unimaginative firms who can only think of selling advertising. The madness is at the level of how we've organized the entire system, where we cannot conceive of infrastructures that might have a different political economy, right? That, data might be owned by citizens together and not by the firms that offer us infrastructures, right? And it's those kind of questions that I think are missing from the debate.
All eyes are now set on Brussels. The European Union is the institution that has shown the most willingness to regulate the free-for-all of data collection.
If we join forces at the European level with the member states, we can really establish a new global standard. The General Data Protection Regulation, which regulates user data tracking, thanks in part to cookies, was already a historic turning point globally. The last resort would be to dismantle the tech giants. But before we get there, of course, there are other solutions. Developing competition, encouraging companies to make data protection a central part of their business models.
Other services are possible, and some of them can be funded and offered and built differently with different respect for privacy, with a different political economy of data. That is happening in local kind of enclaves. The problem is that there has to be a logic that informs that. And you really need resources, you need money, you need billions going into this. And for billions to flow into this, you need to have a very different set of policy priorities at the national and European levels.
It's the big day for Max and his partners. After 2 years of preparation, they're launching their independent platform, Mobilize.Berlin. Now connected to thousands of other platforms, it's the latest addition to the free internet.
We are here today to celebrate Mobilisant and launch the website. I invite you all to check it out at the address you see up here. It's online now, and there are really cool features. It's connected to the Fediverse, which is the future of open source, free, and decentralized social media. There you go, you can sign up.
Think about where our freedom comes from. The only reason we have any freedom is because of people in the past who have been willing to make some practical sacrifices for their freedom. We don't need thousands or millions of people to be heroes and take grave risks. We just need thousands, maybe millions of people to suffer a little inconvenience. But it all depends on saying no. If you occasionally say, no, I won't do that because it would mean giving up some of my freedom, you'll be advancing the campaign to win back our freedom in the digital domain.
in Lords. Life, work, balance, Headspace voll mit Trolls. Algorithmus auf der Flucht. Datenstream, Netzwerk, Cybersucht. Mein Life willst du hacken? Ich werd dein Life cracken, deine Restdaten snacken und mich in dir verstecken. Mein Life willst du hacken? Ich werd dein Life cracken, deine Restdaten snacken und mich in dir verstecken. Data.
Marc Mersou with that report. See it again, of course, on our website, france24.com. This is Reporters Plus, our wide-angle look at the news. Thank you for watching. Stay with us here on France 24. Most of all, stay safe.
Thanks very much for staying with us. Time now for Eye on Africa with me, Georgia Calvin-Smith.
All the latest in politics, economics and the arts in Africa on France 24. Our journalists are in every region, every country, to report on the emergence of a continent of unparalleled riches. Bringing you Africa's stories on France 24.
Thanks for joining us. Do so again. Take care.
Liberté, égalité, actualité.
La medida de Tripoli veut dire beaucoup pour les habitants.
Bienvenidos a las noticias de France 24.
Thanks very much for joining us. أهلا بكم في ثقافة في عدد اليوم.
Ravi de vous retrouver pour Afrique Hebdo. Au programme cette semaine.
نسمع بين حين والآخر.
This storm has hit New York City a lot.
To be a president.
3, 2, 1.
Madagascar fait face à une seconde vague meurtrière.
Almost 99 million of you watch us every week. So thank you. Shukran.
Gracias. Your confidence means a lot to us.
Muchas gracias.
شكرا على هذه الثقة.
Thank you. Merci du fond de mon cœur.
Liberté, égalité, actualité. Liberté, égalité, actualité.
Russia strikes the western Ukrainian city of Lviv. At least 7 are killed there today. This, though, as the Ukrainian resistance continues to hold inside the besieged city of Mariupol. South Africa deploys thousands of soldiers to Durban as the rebuilding begins after devastating storms leave over 400 dead. And Shanghai reports its first official coronavirus deaths in months. This as the Chinese city remains under a strict lockdown. Experts, though, say the true death toll is likely far higher. Those are our headlines on France 24. Thank you for joining us. I'm Nadia Massi in Paris. And we start with the news that this morning Russian missiles struck the Ukrainian city of Lviv, killing at least 7 people and injuring some 11 others. Until now, the western city has been relatively shielded from the attacks rocking the rest of the country. But Lviv's mayor says both military and civilian sites were hit. France 24's Selena Sykes has this.
Civilians hurry to take shelter as air raid sirens ring out across Lviv. The city in western Ukraine has been a relative haven from the war. Russia carried out a number of long-range airstrikes early on Monday on what it said were military targets, though rockets also hit a local garage near the city's train station.
Whether this garage was the target, I don't want to believe it. Maybe they were aiming for the train station. We now don't have safe or unsafe places in the city. The enemy is cynical and inhuman.
Moscow's defense ministry said in a statement that it had hit over a dozen targets across Ukraine. The deadly airstrikes come amid expectations of a major offensive in the east in the coming days. Such attacks in Lviv, not far from the Polish border, are rare. Ukrainian authorities have accused Moscow of deliberately targeting civilians.
This means that all cities and villages are in the same situation because the aggressor is committing acts of genocide. He's targeting civilians, he's killing civilians.
Lviv is the temporary home to several 100,000 people displaced by fighting in other parts of Ukraine. It is also an important hub for the delivery of arms and humanitarian aid.
Well, meanwhile, there's heavy shelling today in the eastern city of Kharkiv. 2 people killed there today. Now, this is Ukraine's second city and a key Russian target in the east. Those attacks today come after shelling yesterday also killed at least 5 people. France 24's Yinka Oyatade tells us more.
Plumes of smoke billow over Kharkiv. On the ground, firefighters race to put out the blazes. Several apartment buildings in parts of the city fell victim to Russian shelling Sunday. Residents watched on bewildered as their homes went up in flames.
I called the firefighters. They said we're on our way, but we were also being shelled. I asked, when will you arrive? And they said, we don't know. They arrived very late, around 25 minutes later, and everything here had begun to burn.
Elsewhere in the city, emergency workers race to save the injured. But rescue operations are hampered by the constant threat of Russian strikes. This man's daughter was killed by the shelling.
My daughter was killed. I've got a call and I was told that my daughter was killed.
Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city, has been a major target for Russia since the early days of the war. The bombardment is constant now, as Russian forces shift their focus to the east of the country. The mayor of Kharkiv is urging residents to flee with the help of local authorities.
We are evacuating people from the most dangerous areas of the city, which have been under ceaseless bombardment. We are moving people to places that are less dangerous because nowhere in Kharkiv is fully safe anymore.
More than 500 civilians have been killed in Kharkiv since the start of the Russian invasion.
Well, as that fighting picks up in the east, the refugee exodus from Ukraine is continuing. More than 5 million people have now fled the country since the start of the war, and half of them have crossed into Poland, where volunteers are doing their best to welcome them, particularly over this Easter weekend.
Like every day since the beginning of the war, Ukrainian refugees make their way across the border to Poland and are being warmly welcomed over the long Easter weekend.
Me and my colleagues organized a little Easter breakfast for everyone here, for the volunteers, for the refugees, for whoever wants to come, because we just want to share the happiness of our celebration.
400 kilometers further north in the Polish capital Warsaw, women and children gather outside a Ukrainian Orthodox church. Families arriving here during the past few weeks are trying to celebrate the religious holiday however they can, despite being far from loved ones still in Ukraine.
It's a really difficult situation. That's why we came to the Ukrainian church for some familiarity, to share a festive and happy moment with our compatriots and to be a little bit happier.
More than 5 million Ukrainians have fled their country, according to the United Nations High Commission for Refugees. Half of them are in Poland.
Now, in other world news today, work is underway in South Africa to restore vital services like water and electricity after extreme weather there left over 400 people dead. Thousands of homes have been destroyed as well, and the flooding is thought to be the worst on record in South Africa. Nadine Theron reports from Durban.
As the rain subsides in South Africa, officials finally assess the extent of the damage. Days of severe storms and flooding left a trail of destruction here. Around 4,000 homes have been completely wiped out. Rescue teams continue to search for dozens still missing, while victims struggle to come to terms with the disaster.
My niece was sleeping with me. When the mudslide happened, she was washed away. We don't know where she is. She hasn't been found.
Heavy rainfall started pounding South Africa's east coast last Monday, triggering deadly mudslides and flash floods. The province of KwaZulu-Natal has been the worst hit, with the highest number of victims recorded there. Its premier says relief is on its way.
The government and social partners will provide support to the bereaved families. We want to emphasize the fact that having learned the lessons of COVID-19, no amount of corruption, maladministration or fraud will be tolerated in the province.
The South African government has announced that it will release 63 million euros for emergency relief, but that may not be enough. Authorities in KwaZulu-Natal say billions will be needed to rebuild the province alone.
Now, China has reported the deaths of 3 people from COVID-19 in Shanghai for the first time since the city entered a strict lockdown in late March. The victims were aged between 89 and 91, and they were unvaccinated. Earlier, I spoke to regional correspondent Oliver Farry about the cases.
If we were to look at patterns of deaths in large outbreaks elsewhere in the world, it would stand to reason that there would be more than 3 deaths in the 375,000 cases that have been recorded in Shanghai over the past few weeks. Now, of course, as elsewhere in the world, there has been fudging over a number of the cases. The BBC reported last week that it had seen documents from one hospital that said at least 28 people had died with COVID. There are cases of people testing positive for COVID going into hospital and then dying. These have not been classified as COVID deaths. Elsewhere in the world, it has been the same. There have been deaths classified under other diseases, and there may well have been other causes involved. In fact, an awful lot of public health officials prefer to use excess death statistics in a particular year as a better measure of the effect of the pandemic than has been the case, than rather official COVID deaths. Certainly China has probably been a little bit quiet on a number of its deaths. It's another matter whether the scale of how many deaths they're downplaying. Remember that Omicron is less fatal than previous strains of the virus, but really only for those who are vaccinated. And there are still quite a lot of elderly people in China unvaccinated, including the 3 whose deaths were confirmed today.
Oliver Farry reporting for us there. Now, 2 Palestinians have been injured by Israeli forces in the occupied West Bank today, the latest incident in a wave of violence sweeping the region. Over the weekend, 170 people were wounded in the old city of Jerusalem. Now, the worst of that unrest was on Friday when Israeli forces raided the Al-Aqsa Mosque complex. You can see those images there. They used rubber bullets and stun grenades at the holy site. And now the violence is threatening to unravel the Israeli government. Yesterday, the Arab Israeli party RAM suspended its membership and says it will quit the coalition altogether if the violence continues. Now, Sri Lanka's president has dropped 2 of his brothers and his nephew from his cabinet following public anger over the ruling family's mismanagement of the economy. President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has presided over the nation's most painful downturn since independence in 1948, and his government is now preparing for an imminent bailout talk with the International Monetary Fund. So far, though, he is resisting calls to resign, despite tens of thousands of people camping outside his office, demanding he do just that. Next to India on the programme, where there is a heavy police presence today in New Delhi. 14 people were arrested yesterday in connection with violent clashes between Hindus and Muslims in the city. Yena Lee tells us more.
This is the aftermath of a Hindu religious procession that passed through a Muslim-majority neighbourhood in New Delhi. Several participants had held up swords. As they approached the local mosque, trouble broke out. Both sides blame each other for starting the fight.
They started shouting things like, if you want to stay in India, you'll have to chant to a Hindu god or else go to Pakistan. Remove the mic from the mosque, close the meat shops. There were some boys who couldn't tolerate this, and God knows what happened. Why do they have swords? Why do they need to do that?
Authorities have since arrested dozens of people, but this is far from an isolated case. The same weekend, a mob attacked a police station in Hubli, injuring 12 officials, blaming them for not doing enough after a provocative anti-Muslim message went viral. In recent weeks, there's been a spate of religious violence. 13 leading opposition figures signed a joint statement expressing their shock at the silence of far-right Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
This silence is an eloquent testimony to the fact that such private armed mobs enjoy the luxury of official patronage. We are deeply concerned, as reports indicate that there is a sinister pattern. Incendiary hate speeches preceded the aggressive armed religious processions, unleashing communal violence.
The ruling Hindu Nationalist Party denies that there's been a rise in intercommunal tensions. Critics such as Human Rights Watch, though, say hate has been normalized under a leadership that promotes Hindu supremacy.
Now, there's been serious violence in Sweden this past week, linked to efforts by far-right groups to burn copies of the Quran. One copy of the Muslim holy book was burnt on Saturday in Malmo, and that triggered protests yesterday that led to 26 people being arrested. Catherine Viette has the story.
Throwing rocks and burning debris. Protesters clashed with police in Norrköping in eastern Sweden. The flashpoint, plans by a far-right anti-immigrant group to burn copies of the Quran. Police say several people were injured after warning shots were fired, none seriously. Sunday's violence followed days of unrest in several Swedish cities over the actions of Danish far-right politician Rasmus Paludan. He leads Stram Kurs, or the Hardline movement, and is known for burning copies of the Quran, Islam's most sacred text. On Friday, in an immigrant neighborhood in Stockholm, Paludan set a copy of the holy book on fire during a rally. He intends to run in Sweden's legislative elections in September if he gathers enough signatures, and says he's currently on a tour of the country. Apart from Stockholm, violent clashes have been reported in at least 5 other cities, including Malmo, where protesters burned several vehicles. Over the past several days, more than a dozen people have been arrested during the unrest. It's not the first time protests against the actions of the hardline movement in Paludan have turned violent. In 2020, demonstrators damaged storefronts in Malmo and set cars alight. Paladin, who has been convicted of racist insults, has also tried to plan similar Quran burnings in other European countries, including France and Belgium.
And that brings us to the end of this news programme. Thank you for watching, and do stay tuned to France 24.
For this week's France in Focus, we've flown to a Mediterranean outcrop that many refer to as the Island of Beauty. But Corsica is also an island of tensions, with a proud nationalist movement gaining ground once again following the death of the jailed assassin Yvon Colonna. Join us as we head from the seafront in the capital to the university town of Corte to unpick the recent crisis and the calls for change. France in Focus on France 24 and France24.com.
From Cameroon, Mr. Raymond Mulongo Dumbe.
Hello and welcome to France 24's weekly music show. I'm delighted to welcome not one, but two guests this week. Raymond Dumbe, a Cameroonian bass player who has toured the world many a times with huge stars like Miriam Makeba, Salif Keita and Manu Dibango, to name but a few. He's just released his first ever solo album, Hidden Paradise. And we also have Ewan Rouet, who stems from Brittany in France. His band Sartigène fused traditional Celtic sounds and electro rock. Over the last 25 years, they've toured extensively across France and the world, and they've just released their 7th studio album, Tam Urgalun, which means the beat of a heart. Thank you both so much for being here on the France 24 show. Now, you're both respectively from Brittany and Cameroon, and actually, you've been based in Paris for a long time.
1970s.
Yeah, 1970s. Can you tell us a little bit what it was like arriving in Paris and what the jazz scene was like at the time compared to nowadays?
I mean, the jazz scene was very... It was a lot of clubs, especially in the center of Paris, Châtelet. And it was musicians all the time outside, going to one place to another one. And it seems like it's less now. You know, it's many clubs shut down.
Yeah.
On these small shops. And it's not very jazz club actually in Paris.
Yeah, the sort of organic thing where you just pick up and jam together has kind of
yeah.
disappeared. Now, you and your band Sartigène, you started, it was like a high school project in the 90s. What were your dreams and expectations at the time?
Yeah, we created the band when we were at secondary school together. We were teenagers. We were dreaming about stages, going abroad and bringing our music abroad and defend our music here.
Yeah,
culture.
And both of you guys have done that extensively over the last, well, many decades now, we can both say in both cases. Raymond, you've just released your first studio album after years of working with other people. Why was it now that at this grand old age or young age that you decided to do that?
That's a good question, you know, because I thought it was my time to do it, you know. I felt more, how do you say that, mature. Yeah. And before, I didn't want to compose any songs. I didn't like what I was doing, you know. It's a confidence thing, you know. I was not in confidence, you know, because I used to write songs, but I was like, oh, no, it's not good. Nobody will like it, and blah, 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 blah. And finally, I just say, I don't care. I just do what I'm supposed to do, and I just did it, you know.
Sometimes you just have to do things, and actually, shall we check out one of the tracks? said about this record that it was a ode to Africa.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
And not only that, but also that musicians, when they tour with each other, touring had a big impact on the composition of it because it's like a different language amongst musicians.
Yeah, because jazz is a universal music, you know. And what I'm trying to do is to mix the African music and with the jazz players, and because I'm very influenced by the jazz music, you know, and I can't say that, you know. I mean, I don't find my words.
Around 11 others.
It's a
now, I'm
mixture
sure
of music,
recently
you know?
the Western
because
city
in Paris
has been...
you find all kind of musicians. I don't find my words
Around
from
11
America,
others.
from everywhere.
Now, I'm
I
sure
used to play with,
recently the
different
Western
bands in
city has
Paris,
been...
and I think all different things made me people from
Around 11
America,
others.
from everywhere.
Now, I'm
I used
sure
to play with
recently the
different
Western
bands in
city has
Paris,
been...
and I think all different things made me people from
Around 11 others.
from
Now,
everywhere.
I'm
I
sure
used to play with
recently the
different
Western
bands in
city has
Paris,
been...
and I think all different things made me
Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been... Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been... Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been... Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been... Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been... Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been... Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been... Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been... Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been... Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been... Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been... Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been... Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been... Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been... Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been... Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been... Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been... Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been... Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been... Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been... Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been... Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been... Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been... Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been... Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been... Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been... Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been... Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been... Around 11 others. Now, I'm sure recently the Western city has been...
Rescue operations are hampered by the constant threat of Russian strikes. This man's daughter was killed by the shelling.
My daughter was killed. I've got a call, and I was told that my daughter was killed.
Kharkiv, Ukraine's second-largest city, has been a major target for Russia since the early days of the war. The bombardment is constant now, as Russian forces shift their focus to the east of the country. The mayor of Kharkiv is urging residents to flee with the help of local authorities.
We are evacuating people from the most dangerous areas of the city, which have been under ceaseless bombardment. We are moving people to places that are less dangerous because nowhere in Kharkiv is fully safe anymore.
More than 500 civilians have been killed in Kharkiv since the start of the Russian invasion.
Well, as that fighting picks up in the east, the refugee exodus from Ukraine is continuing. More than 5 million people have now fled the country since the start of the war, and half of them have crossed into Poland, where volunteers are doing their best to welcome them, particularly over this Easter weekend.
Like every day since the beginning of the war, Ukrainian refugees make their way across the border to Poland and are being warmly welcomed over the long Easter weekend.
Me and my colleagues organized a little Easter breakfast for everyone here, for the volunteers, for the refugees, for whoever wants to come, because we just want to share the happiness of our celebration.
400 kilometers further north in the Polish capital Warsaw, women and children gather outside a Ukrainian Orthodox church. Families arriving here during the past few weeks are trying to celebrate the religious holiday however they can, despite being far from loved ones still in Ukraine.
It's a really difficult situation. That's why we came to the Ukrainian church for some familiarity, to share a festive and happy moment with our compatriots and to be a little bit happier.
More than 5 million Ukrainians have fled their country, according to the United Nations High Commission for Refugees. Half of them are in Poland.
Now, in other world news, work is underway in South Africa this week to restore vital services like water and electricity after extreme weather killed over 400 people. The flooding was among the worst on record in the country. Thousands of homes have also been destroyed. Yinka Oyetade has this.
As the rain subsides in South Africa, officials finally assess the extent of the damage. Days of severe storms and flooding left a trail of destruction here. Around 4,000 homes have been completely wiped out. Rescue teams continue to search for dozens still missing, while victims struggle to come to terms with the disaster.
My niece was sleeping with me. When the mudslide happened, she was washed away. We don't know where she is. She hasn't been found.
Heavy rainfall started pounding South Africa's east coast last Monday, triggering deadly mudslides and flash floods. The province of KwaZulu-Natal has been the worst hit, with the highest number of victims recorded there. Its premier says relief is on its way.
The government and social partners will provide support to the bereaved families. We want to emphasize the fact that having learned the lessons of COVID-19, no amount of corruption, maladministration or fraud will be tolerated in the province.
The South African government has announced that it will release 63 million euros for emergency relief, but that may not be enough. Authorities in KwaZulu-Natal say billions will be needed to rebuild the province alone.
Now, China has reported the deaths of 3 people from COVID-19 in Shanghai for the first time since the city entered a strict lockdown in late March. The victims were aged between 89 and 91, and they were unvaccinated. Earlier, I spoke to regional correspondent Oliver Farry about the cases.
If we were to look at patterns of deaths in large outbreaks elsewhere in the world, it would stand to reason that there would be more than 3 deaths in the 375,000 cases that have been recorded in Shanghai over the past few weeks. Now, of course, the As elsewhere in the world, there has been fudging over a number of the cases. The BBC reported last week that it had seen documents from one hospital that said at least 28 people had died with COVID. There are cases of people testing positive for COVID going into hospital and then dying. These have not been classified as COVID deaths. Elsewhere in the world, it has been the same. There have been deaths classified under other diseases, and there may well have been other causes involved. In fact, an awful lot of public health officials prefer to use excess death statistics in a particular year as a better measure of the effect of the pandemic than has been the case, than rather official COVID deaths. Certainly China has probably been a little bit quiet on a number of its deaths. It's another matter whether the scale of how many deaths they're downplaying. Remember that Omicron is less fatal than previous strains of the virus, but really only for those who are vaccinated. And there are still quite a lot of elderly people in China unvaccinated, including the 3 whose deaths were confirmed today.
Oliver Farry reporting for us there. Now, 2 Palestinians have been injured by Israeli forces in the occupied West Bank today, the latest incident in a wave of violence sweeping the region. Over the weekend, 170 people were wounded in the old city of Jerusalem. Now, the worst of that unrest was on Friday when Israeli forces raided the Al-Aqsa Mosque complex. You can see those images there. They used rubber bullets and stun grenades at the holy site. And now the violence is threatening to unravel the Israeli government. Yesterday, the Arab Israeli party RAM suspended its membership and says it will quit the coalition altogether if the violence continues. Now, Sri Lanka's president has dropped 2 of his brothers and his nephew from his cabinet following public anger over the ruling family's mismanagement of the economy. President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has presided over the nation's most painful downturn since independence in 1948, and his government is now preparing for an imminent bailout talk with the International Monetary Fund. So far, though, he is resisting calls to resign, despite tens of thousands of people camping outside his office, demanding he do just that. Next to India on the programme, where there is a heavy police presence today in New Delhi. 14 people were arrested yesterday in connection with violent clashes between Hindus and Muslims in the city. Yenna Lee tells us more.
This is the aftermath of a Hindu religious procession that passed through a Muslim-majority neighbourhood in New Delhi. Several participants had held up swords. As they approached the local mosque, trouble broke out. Both sides blame each other for starting the fight.
They started shouting things like, if you want to stay in India, you'll have to chant to a Hindu god or else go to Pakistan. Remove the mic from the mosque, close the meat shops. There were some boys who couldn't tolerate this, and God knows what happened. Why do they have swords? Why do they need to do that?
Authorities have since arrested dozens of people, but this is far from an isolated case. The same weekend, a mob attacked a police station in Hubli, injuring 12 officials, blaming them for not doing enough after a provocative anti-Muslim message went viral. In recent weeks, there's been a spate of religious violence. 13 leading opposition figures signed a joint statement expressing their shock at the silence of far-right Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
This silence is an eloquent testimony to the fact that such private armed mobs enjoy the luxury of official patronage. We are deeply concerned, as reports indicate that there is a sinister pattern. Incendiary hate speeches preceded the aggressive armed religious processions, unleashing communal violence.
The ruling Hindu Nationalist Party denies that there's been a rise in intercommunal tensions. Critics such as Human Rights Watch, though, say hate has been normalized under a leadership that promotes Hindu supremacy.
Now, there's been serious violence in Sweden this past week, linked to efforts by far-right groups to burn copies of the Quran. One copy of the Muslim holy book was burnt on Saturday in Malmö, and that triggered protests yesterday that led to 26 people being arrested. Catherine Viette has the story.
Throwing rocks and burning debris. Protesters clashed with police in Norrköping in eastern Sweden. The flashpoint, plans by a far-right anti-immigrant group to burn copies of the Quran. Police say several people were injured after warning shots were fired, none seriously. Sunday's violence followed days of unrest in several Swedish cities over the actions of Danish far-right politician Rasmus Paludan. He leads Stram Kurs, or the Hardline movement, and is known for burning copies of the Quran, Islam's most sacred text. On Friday, in an immigrant neighborhood in Stockholm, Paludan set a copy of the holy book on fire during a rally. He intends to run in Sweden's legislative elections in September if he gathers enough signatures, and says he's currently on a tour of the country. Apart from Stockholm, violent clashes have been reported in at least 5 other cities, including Malmö, where protesters burned several vehicles. Over the past several days, more than a dozen people have been arrested during the unrest. It's not the first time protests against the actions of the hardline movement in Paludan have turned violent. In 2020, demonstrators damaged storefronts in Malmö and set cars alight. Paludan, who has been convicted of racist insults, has also tried to plan similar Quran burnings in other European countries, including France and Belgium.
And that brings us to the end of this news programme. Thank you for watching, and do stay tuned to France 24.
Hello and welcome to Access Asia. I'm Shah Pellegrin. Coming up in the show, a rise in inter-religious violence in India between the Hindu majority and Muslim minority. Narendra Modi's Hindu nationalist ruling party denies it has role in stoking tensions. And as the world deals with wheat shortages because of the war in Ukraine, our correspondents went to meet those who think India can meet global demand. And finally, Hollywood's bargain for Chinese market access, accepting censorship for a chance at a box office hit. We'll speak with author Eric Schwartzel. In recent weeks, India has been rocked by intercommunal violence, clashes between the Hindu majority and Muslim minority in various parts of the country, set against the backdrop of religious festivals and anti-Muslim discrimination. Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his Hindu nationalist BJP haven't shied away from bringing support to hardline religious groups in recent years. Nonetheless, his party denies any role in stirring resentment. Ellen Gainsford has a story.
In this New Delhi street, a mosque and a Hindu temple stand side by side. Their proximity can cause tensions to flare between the two communities. In one recent incident, rioting broke out after a Hindu procession passed near to the mosque. Several people were injured. Local Hindus blame Muslims for sparking the violence.
The Muslims stopped us and asked us to turn back. There is a mosque close by, and this is the route we took. And when we got there, where you see the police barricade, they started firing and tried to create chaos.
14 people were arrested in the aftermath. It's just one of a series of recent flare-ups between Hindus and Muslims in India. Earlier in April, there were clashes in Madhya Pradesh after anti-Muslim songs were played at a Hindu procession. While in Gujarat, one person died and several were injured at a religious festival. In Delhi, the two sides view the riot differently. One Muslim eyewitness claims the Hindus were deliberately provocative.
The Hindu rally came out 3 times. It was not just a rally, but a threat in a way. I will call it a procession of violence. They were brandishing swords and knives and chanting slogans, "Long live the Hindu god Ram." When they reached the mosque, they started shouting, "If you want to stay in India, you will have to chant for Ram, the Hindu god, or go to Pakistan."
Muslims make up around 14% of India's population, and critics say the minority group has come under attack from the Hindu nationalist government of Narendra Modi, including through a controversial citizenship bill introduced in 2019, which excludes members of the religion from a fast-track nationality program. Human rights groups accuse the Prime Minister of stoking violence against Muslims, including an increase in hate speech and religion-based crimes. Experts warn existing tensions could boil over into widespread violence against the minority in the country.
And staying in India, where farmers are looking to seize the opportunity presented by the war in Ukraine, with fears of a possible global wheat shortage, India is hoping to rise to the demand with an increase in exports. They've already been on the rise since 2020, buoyed by the supply chain crisis caused by the COVID pandemic. France 24's correspondents in India sent us this report.
An hour away from India's capital, Delhi, a dozen workers are busy harvesting wheat. India is in the middle of the harvesting season, and this year promises to be really successful for local farmers. Just a few kilometers from the wheat fields, we meet a farmer in the biggest wholesale wheat market of the capital. Krishan is selling a part of his harvest to private exporters who will be buying his wheat at 25 euros per quintal, €1 more than the government's price.
There's a war going on in Europe. Transportation from other countries has stopped, and due to COVID, the stocks have been empty. Due to all these reasons, the quality is good, and thus we're getting better rates.
After the COVID pandemic and the war in Ukraine, many countries in the world have turned to India to get their wheat supplies. Tarun Bajaj, an expert in agriculture for the Indian government, has been following this trend.
For example, during COVID, when the supply chains of the world were affected, people looked to India, many of the countries, they looked to India to take care of their requirements of the food related items. Month by month, our exports are increasing. We are hoping to export around 7.5 million metric tons, more than $2 billion of wheat to the world.
To meet the growing demand in wheat, India has spent years improving its logistic and storage facilities. In Bombay, the port has been modernized accordingly.
Now, since the past 4 or 5 years, the focus has more has been on the logistics and the quality of warehouses that we're giving. The supply chain has improved. I think in the next 5 years, India could be one of the largest exporters of a lot of things in the world.
India's wheat exports are 3 times higher than they were last year. And with ever-increasing worldwide shortages, they are bound to grow even more in the coming months.
To China now, where we're going to check in on the battle that Shanghai is waging against COVID. All 26 million inhabitants there have been under strict lockdown for nearly 3 weeks. And health authorities have now reported the first handful of deaths in the outbreak, all aged between 89 and 91. But the low death rate belies the predicament people have been enduring with overcrowded and below standard quarantine centers and the mental toll taken on those who are stuck indoors. A report from our correspondents in China.
In Shanghai, a positive COVID test means you are sent straight to an isolation center like this. For 17 days, Jane Polubotko has been stuck in this huge dormitory.
This is my room, my bed. This is my roommate's bed.
Conditions are Spartan and even harmful.
The lights that you see in this building are on 24/7, and it's really influencing everyone, our mental health, and it's been like 17 days since I have not seen darkness.
There are no showers here, only a basin for washing.
Basically, you put some warm water in it, and then you put a wet towel, and then you just rub your skin with it.
To get out of here, you need 2 negative tests, but some patients have had to wait a lot longer than that without explanation.
It's absurd. And this is what people are angry about, just about the conditions. There's no transparency on those waiting lists to get out of this place, to be released.
24 hours after we spoke to her, Jane was finally able to return home. But others are still waiting, and the lockdown is pushing some people to the edge. This woman, exhausted after days of isolation, broke down. There have been numerous scenes of distress like this one posted on social media. Whether they're confined at home or in centres, the mental health of inhabitants is beginning to fray. Helplines are often overwhelmed. This French psychologist has seen her patients get ever more anxious.
Il y a un stress, il y a un épuisement,
There is stress and exhaustion, and we're being kept in the dark. First it was 1 week, then it became 2 for some people. They are locked down at home for 3 or 4 weeks, once again without being able to go out at all. And the uncertainty is a killer.
The current wave in Shanghai is the biggest in China since the start of the pandemic. Xi Jinping has said that the country cannot let up in the fight against the virus. The end of the lockdown is still a long way off.
And let's end with a quick foray into how Hollywood blockbusters and movie studios adapt or even censor to reach the Chinese market. The new Fantastic Beasts movie, The Secrets of Dumbledore, came out in theaters all over mainland China in early April with one small change. 6 seconds of dialogue were cut out, 6 seconds that refer to a romantic relationship between 2 male characters. Well, for more on this story and the relationship between Hollywood and Beijing, let's speak with Eric Schwartzel, the author of Red Carpet, Hollywood, China, and the Global Battle for Cultural Supremacy. Thanks for being with us. But first off, can you tell us the rationale behind Warner Studios' decision to accept this cut to the story?
I think the economic rationale is really, frankly, something of a no-brainer. In order to gain access to the Chinese market, you have to pass Chinese censorship. And in recent years, Chinese censors have taken issue with gay content and any allusion to same-sex relationships. This happened with films like Bohemian Rhapsody, the story of Freddie Mercury, of all people, and even movies like Green Book had to have certain scenes and images removed in order to gain access to the Chinese theaters. So it's not new that the Chinese censors would be flagging this kind of content. And think about it from Warner Brothers' perspective. I mean, these movies need to make hundreds of millions of dollars worldwide to turn a profit. So if that's the cost of doing business, I think most of the executives in their position would have made the same decision.
You go through a history of Hollywood's interactions with China, and you outline one key year for that relationship, 1994. Why is that year so important?
So 1994 is the year that Hollywood movies start flowing into China at all. After Mao Zedong took over, Western entertainment was all but removed from the country and barred from entering. But in 1994, China's economy was modernizing. There were deepening ties between it and the West. And also, frankly, Chinese theaters needed the Hollywood movies because there weren't selling as many tickets to Chinese propaganda films as they once did. So they started allowing about 12 movies in a year, starting with The Fugitive, starring Harrison Ford. And they really helped boost the box office at the Chinese theaters. And then over the next 2 decades or so, Chinese theaters started growing at a clip. And at one point, they were growing about 27 screens a day. And so it didn't take long for this market to go from just an economic afterthought to this massive consideration for the studios. And it all started back there in 1994.
And what's in it for China? I mean, there's clearly been a push from Beijing to try and get favors out of Hollywood and some sort of soft power push, but is it really working?
It is working. I mean, think about it. We're talking here about a massive Hollywood movie that cost hundreds of millions of dollars to produce and market being changed to conform to Chinese values. And with really no recourse or counterattack from those who think that American values should be put on screen. I think China has succeeded beyond its wildest imagination in having a complete control over what Hollywood movies show on screen, certainly when it comes to how they portray China. I mean, we're talking about more, like I said, like a content choice made based on values and not allowing gay relationships to be shown in film. But if The Secrets of Dumbledore had anything to do with China or any allusion to China, this kind of scrutiny would be even greater. And there's a reason why over the past 25 years, there has been no movie made about Tiananmen Square, or there will never be a movie that has what is deemed an incorrect reference to Taiwan or Tibet. It is because China has this economic muzzle on Hollywood that doesn't really show any sign of abating.
Eric Schwartzel, thank you very much. And that's it for this edition of Access Asia, but do stay tuned for more programming on France 24.
Join us every day here on France 24 for the last stretch of the presidential race, the mother of all election, the presidential election. This is the time for the French to choose their president. We'll have all our special envoys on the campaign trail across the globe, the latest analysis, the best polls. Join us here on France 24.
France 2022, The Choice, on France 24 and France24.com.
Hello and welcome. You're watching France 24. Coming up, 7 civilians killed by Russian bombing in Lviv, the first fatalities in that western city since the start of the invasion. The Russians who've taken the town of Kreminna in the eastern Donbass region. Final week of campaigning ahead of France's presidential runoff, with Emmanuel Macron's lead over Marine Le Pen holding steady, the far-right leader winding down appearances to cram for Wednesday's candidates' debate. Opposition lawmakers call on India's prime minister to denounce the rekindling of communal violence between Hindus and Muslims. We'll get analysis in this edition. In the next hour, the France 24 debate as Emmanuel Macron and Marine Le Pen court left-wing voters ahead of Sunday's second round of the French presidential election. There's a rift between those on the left who want to block the far right while holding their noses and voting for the incumbent, and those from the traditional left, young climate activists who say, let Macron and Le Pen fight it out without me. Your reactions, your thoughts on Facebook and Twitter. Hashtag F24Debate. Hello, everyone. I'm François Picard. Call it the response to last week's sinking of a Russian warship. The bombing intensifying, so is the ground war, the taking of the eastern Donbass town of Kreminna, intensifying shelling on the nearby frontline town of Rubzina. This all putting pressure on the city of Kramatorsk, all the way over in the west of the country, Lviv, counting its first fatality since the start of the war. 7 killed in Russian shelling there. Selena Sykes has more.
Civilians hurry to take shelter as air raid sirens ring out across Lviv. The city in western Ukraine has been a relative haven from the war. Russia carried out a number of long-range airstrikes early on Monday on what it said were military targets. The rockets also hit a local garage near the city's train station.
Whether this garage was the target, I don't want to believe it. Maybe they were aiming for the train station. We now don't have safe or unsafe places in the city. The enemy is cynical and inhuman.
Moscow's defense ministry said in a statement that it had hit over a dozen targets across Ukraine. The deadly airstrikes come amid expectations of a major offensive in the east in the coming days. Such attacks in Lviv, not far from the Polish border, are rare. Ukrainian authorities have accused Moscow of deliberately targeting civilians.
This means that all cities and villages are in the same situation because the aggressor is committing acts of genocide. He's targeting civilians, he's killing civilians.
Lviv is the temporary home to several 100,000 people displaced by fighting in other parts of Ukraine. It is also an important hub for the delivery of arms and humanitarian aid.
Yeah, and we had this report from correspondent Philip Crowther saying it's not the first attack on Lviv.
There always have been those fears. There have been sporadic attacks here by Russia since the start of its invasion of Ukraine. One was not too far from where I'm standing here. It was an oil depot that was hit then. There was an attack on a military base that was close to the Polish border. We're not far away from Poland right here, but these have always been relatively pinpointed attacks. Relatively, it must be said, of course, because there have been casualties from these attacks. But what we heard from Moscow the other day was that they wanted to increase airstrikes, military airstrikes on precisely military targets in the capital city of Kyiv. But what we've seen over the last few days is that those strikes have been happening all across the country, including now here in western Ukraine. And this scares a lot of people, of course, because it brings that reality back to this city where you can feel very, very safe most of the time. It reminds you that this is a country at war and that Russia has the possibility of hitting any target anywhere in the country, really, whenever it wants. And remember also that this city is very important from a logistical standpoint for Ukraine. A lot of weaponry comes through western Ukraine, of course, and goes from here to the rest of the country, to the eastern part of the country as well, and humanitarian aid as well. What we're seeing here is that Russia is trying to damage as much infrastructure as it can right now ahead of that expected offensive in the Donbas region in the east.
Philip Crowther reporting. Ukrainian forces still holding out, though, in Mariupol. They're surrounded in a steelworks area. For the view from the other side of the front line, partner station France 2 is embedded with Russian-backed militias. It's a report read by Sharon Gaffney.
The besieged city is under constant bombardment, but hasn't yet fallen. Almost all of Mariupol is controlled by Russian troops and pro-Russian separatists. A battalion of Ukrainian soldiers is holding out in the industrial steel district, entrenched and surrounded by enemy forces who say they're preparing for the final battle.
We are preparing for the ground offensive. First, we fire artillery before sending in the troops.
The steelworks factory is a vast complex, a maze of buildings and underground passages. So far unable to access the site, Russian troops are just outside it. The Ukrainian soldiers who remain here were given an ultimatum to lay down their arms by midday on Sunday or be killed. But the government says they're determined to fight on.
No, city still is not fallen. There is still our military forces, our soldiers, so they will fight till the end.
If the southern city is captured, Russian forces there are expected to join an all-out offensive for control of the eastern industrial Donbas region.
Russian forces are destroying Mariupol. They want to wipe it off the face of the earth, as well as other cities in the Donetsk and Luhansk regions. We are doing everything to ensure its defense.
Capturing the strategic city would deprive Ukraine of a major port and provide Moscow with a much-needed symbolic victory, as well as giving it a swathe of territory linking Crimea, seized in 2014, with regions held by pro-Russian separatists further east.
Emmanuel Macron's lead over Marine Le Pen widening slightly ahead of Sunday's runoff of the French presidential election. The incumbent centrist now 12 points up on his far-right rival. You see here earlier campaigning in Normandy. That's according to our Ipsos survey, with less than a week to go before the second round of voting. The two are going to now concentrate on their candidates' debate that's coming up on Wednesday.
Convince voters. That's Marine Le Pen's mission as she campaigns in Calvados in Normandy. She's hoping to expand her voter base and grab some supporters of left-wing firebrand Jean-Luc Mélenchon. It's meant she's had to reconsider her position on banning the headscarf after her run-in with a Muslim woman Friday on the campaign trail. She now says there may be some leeway for seniors.
I'm not insensitive to stories such as that of an older woman whose son fought for France, who said to me she wears a headscarf because she's elderly and that it doesn't hold the same meaning for her as it does for the young women who are forced to wear it because of social pressure.
Campaigning in Marseille on Saturday, Emmanuel Macron was hoping to burnish his green credentials as well as pick up votes from the left. Mélenchon placed third in the first round with nearly 22%, but in a survey carried out by the former candidate, only a third of those who voted for him say they will back Macron on Sunday. Still, Macron's campaign says he's committed to fighting climate change, a key concern of those on the left.
You go further and stronger. That's what the president says. It's what he expects of the French and what he expects of the world too. If Marine Le Pen is elected, France would be the first, the only country in the world in the Paris Agreement to stop renewable energies and even cut back on them.
The two candidates are also prepping for a high-stakes debate on Wednesday that's likely to prove decisive ahead of Sunday's vote.
Well, for more, we're joined by Mark Perlman, our politics editor. Mark, well, let's start with the incumbent. Those on the left, he's clearly courting their votes. They're saying there's a bit of an element of greenwashing and a bit of cut and paste. I mean, his proposal to have the prime minister have a beefed up environmental portfolio, they say it's out of Jean-Luc Mélenchon's platform.
Yes, and it's probably true. Obviously, he's courting the votes on the far left, the votes coming from the Green candidates, from even the Socialist candidates, even though they scored, very small amounts of votes in the first round. The key is really Jean-Luc Mélenchon. What we're seeing now is that a third, maybe up to 40%, would vote in favor of Macron. The majority would abstain, and some 10 to 15% would vote for Marine Le Pen. And that's probably good enough for Emmanuel Macron, because we just saw the polls. The polls are giving him a 12% lead. That's a sizable lead. That's well beyond the margin of error. That's more, and then we're seeing the figures there. After round one, it was 52-48, so that was much closer. So Emmanuel Macron knows that he needs really to solidify his voters coming from the left, because essentially he's already eaten up those from the moderate right, and those from the far right are with Marine Le Pen. They're not coming back.
And Marine Le Pen, as we saw in that report, reversing her stance on banning the headscarf in public?
Well, clearly, this has been one of her proposals. Not that she wants to change her position, but some legal experts have said this will be very, very, very difficult to enforce and might not be deemed legal by the courts in France. So she knows she has a problem there. So she's saying a little bit like the death penalty. You know, the death penalty, she said, I'm not in favor, but I'd like a referendum. Now she said, no, I don't want a referendum. So she's clearly hesitating a bit. That's not a good sign, because you're in the last stretch of the campaign. And if people see that you're changing your mind a bit every day, they might not like it. You know, obviously, they see when Emmanuel Macron is courting the left-wing voters, Marine Le Pen does the same. But on the issues that are core to your electorate, the death penalty, the veil, you should really be very solid and not flip-flop every day.
Speaking of the pressure being on Marine Le Pen to perform, Wednesday's the candidates' debate. 5 years ago, it was one of those seminal moments in the campaign. Emmanuel Macron, clearly the winner of the debate 5 years ago. She's now, Le Pen is now leaving the campaign trail to prepare for Wednesday. I'm told she's going to be in a country house somewhere with a man who's going to pretend to be Macron to act as sparring partner.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, last time around, it was, she admitted it, her worst political moment. And it was in front of millions and millions of people. This was an embarrassing debate for Marine Le Pen. She looked lost, over-aggressive. She didn't know her stuff. And this was an easy win for Emmanuel Macron. Normally, debates are generally not decisive. It's generally a draw. This was a drubbing for Marine Le Pen. She knows she can't afford this, much less so with the polls we just saw, because she has to win that debate. And so people are saying, she can't do as bad as last time. She'll perform more honorably than she did in 2017. Emmanuel Macron needs to make sure he doesn't look arrogant. He knows his stuff. Sometimes he thinks he's too smart for the rest, and he has to be careful not to appear to look down on Marine Le Pen. But this will be an important moment. But for Emmanuel Macron, he just needs to preserve his lead right now.
Again, if the bar she has to clear is performing better than in 2017, well, then effectively she's already won the debate.
Exactly. So for her, it might be easier to win the debate. The problem is that she has a few days to go. The campaign ends on Friday, and she needs more than a debate. She needs really to regain the momentum she had going into round one at some point. Let's not forget, many analysts thought that she would be neck and neck with Emmanuel Macron. He still won with 4.7%, and now the gap is nearly 12%. So she has a problem there, because she needs to regain those votes. And some people thought that she had many votes in reserve compared to 2017. Well, for now, it's not the case. Obviously, the race is much closer than it was last time around, when Emmanuel Macron ended up winning with 2/3 of the vote. But she needs not only a debate, she needs really something to happen within the next few days to pull off what would be a major upset.
All right, many thanks, Mark Perlman. By the way, that candidates debate, you'll watch it live right here on France 24, 9 p.m. Paris time on Wednesday. In Sweden, 3 injured in fresh clashes between protesters and police. Tensions have been mounting over a far-right group's plans to burn copies of the Quran during Ramadan. Catherine Viette has more.
Throwing rocks and burning debris. Protesters clashed with police in Norrköping in eastern Sweden. The flashpoint, plans by a far-right anti-immigrant group to burn copies of the Quran. Police say several people were injured after warning shots were fired, none seriously. Sunday's violence followed days of unrest in several Swedish cities over the actions of Danish far-right politician Rasmus Paludan. He leads Stram Kurs, or the Hardline movement, and is known for burning copies of the Quran, Islam's most sacred text. On Friday, in an immigrant neighborhood in Stockholm, Paludan set a copy of the holy book on fire during a rally. He intends to run in Sweden's legislative elections in September if he gathers enough signatures, and says he's currently on a tour of the country. Apart from Stockholm, violent clashes have been reported in at least 5 other cities, including Malmö, where protesters burned several vehicles. Over the past several days, more than a dozen people have been arrested during the unrest. It's not the first time protests against the actions of the hardline movement in Paludan have turned violent. In 2020, demonstrators damaged storefronts in Malmö and set cars alight. Paludan, who has been convicted of racist insults, has also tried to plan similar Quran burnings in other European countries, including France and Belgium.
India's Prime Minister has kicked off a 2-day visit to his home state of Gujarat, despite the urging of the opposition. Narendra Modi refraining so far from commenting on the rekindling we've seen these past days of violence between Hindus and Muslims. It's rocked one neighborhood of the capital and other points. Modi's government denies accusations his hardline Hindu nationalist BJP party is fueling bigotry. Yenna Lee has more.
This is the aftermath of a Hindu religious procession that passed through a Muslim-majority neighborhood in New Delhi. Several participants had held up swords. As they approached the local mosque, trouble broke out. Both sides blame each other for starting the fight.
They started shouting things like, if you want to stay in India, you'll have to chant to a Hindu god or else go to Pakistan. Remove the mic from the mosque, close the meat shops. There were some boys who couldn't tolerate this, and God knows what happened. Why do they have swords? Why do they need to do that?
Authorities have since arrested dozens of people, but this is far from an isolated case. The same weekend, a mob attacked a police station in Hubli, injuring 12 officials, blaming them for not doing enough after a provocative anti-Muslim message went viral. In recent weeks, there's been a spate of religious violence. 13 leading opposition figures signed a joint statement expressing their shock at the silence of far-right Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
This silence is an eloquent testimony to the fact that such private armed mobs enjoy the luxury of official patronage. We are deeply concerned, as reports indicate that there is a sinister pattern. Incendiary hate speeches preceded the aggressive armed religious processions, unleashing communal violence.
The ruling Hindu Nationalist Party denies that there's been a rise in intercommunal tensions. Critics such as Human Rights Watch, though, say hate has been normalized under a leadership that promotes Hindu supremacy.
For more, let's go to London. Mukulika Banerjee is Associate Professor at the Department of Anthropology at the London School of Economics. Thank you for speaking with us here on France 24.
Thank you.
Why is this happening now? This is like the worst we've seen since the communal violence of 2020 when 53 people were killed.
That's right. I mean, you've got to understand that India has national elections coming up in 2024. So this is a game plan that is in place. You have to have a report card ready to face the electorate with, to show what you've done in the 5 years of being in power. Unfortunately, the report card on health, on the economy, on all kinds of development indicators is not looking good. This was a prime minister who was voted in to create jobs, whereas now unemployment levels are so high that you cannot count people because people are dropping out of even trying to look for a job because they are so disheartened. So the record card is not very good, and the ruling regime needs some other way of winning the next election. Polarizing the electorate is a tried and tested method, and it is also very much the ideological agenda on which the BJP rests. As we know, this is an agenda about creating a Hindu nation, a Hindu Rashtra, where members of any other religion have to exist as second-class citizens. And what we are seeing now is a textbook case of how one polarizes fans through these provocative speeches. You create sentiments, then young men who really should have been employed young men who've nothing to do have turned to becoming vigilantes who carry weapons, baseball bats. Recently, we've seen today somebody carrying a shotgun, walking past mosques, playing music very loudly, insisting on provoking, and if there is no provocation, they move on till there is a provocation, and then planting a flag in front of the mosque or on the mosque. This is the Bhagwa flag, the saffron flag of the party. So this is a ritual humiliation that is performed according to a particular textbook modus operandi. And they do this again and again and again until tempers fray. And then there are reactions from the other end as well. So this is something that, yes, it makes it to the news from time to time, but it's been going on. It's a drip, drip, drip agenda that has been going on for years now.
For years now, and the prime minister who is headed off to his home state of Gujarat for 2 days in the midst of all this, he has not commented, and that also is a pattern.
That's right. It is a pattern. He hasn't commented before. Today, though, as we know, 13 opposition parties sent a letter to the government raising their concerns about what is going on, because, like I said, this has been going on for months, around food, around who you can marry, what you can wear, and so on. So it's a multi-pronged attack in this modus operandi. And the president of the Bharatiya Janata Party, of the BJP, has responded, and it's available. It's in public. One can see it, and it is quite an extraordinary reply from the ruling party, because it basically lists all the other riots, killings that have happened when the Congress has been in power, without once expressing any regret for what is happening now. So this is whataboutery taken to a completely different level, where the president of the party in charge at no point, even there's no tokenism of expressing regret for lives lost, for properties damaged, for properties of those involved, said to be involved in the riots, being razed to the ground by bulldozers. I mean, this is a new law that has been introduced in some of the states ruled by the BJP. So not only has the Prime Minister not spoken, we don't expect him to, he hasn't spoken before. He may, once this, like I said, this is a pattern now that we've begun to recognize, and once it plays out, and what was aimed to be achieved is done, then there is a fairly anodyne statement about the importance of peace in the world, or some such.
There have been arrests made on both sides, because there have been incidents throughout the country, not just in that neighborhood north of northwest Delhi, Jahangirpuri. So it is a volatile period, you might say. What can be done at a grassroots level?
You can't have a grassroots, at the grassroots level, you can just make sure that those, to provide pro bono legal advice, to provide some sort of relief for people whose houses have been razed to the ground. But frankly, this is not something that you can, that civil society beyond a point can do much, because what has to be recognized, you say, what needs to be done? I think what needs to be done, recognized, is that this is now a case of the current regime in India perfecting the art of maintaining a veneer of democracy so that it is admitted to the club of democracies in the world, which it is, of course, but while simultaneously hollowing out the substance of democracy completely from the democratic system. So really, when you say what is to be done, the first thing that needs to be done is the choice that we make about whether we want to see the veneer of democracy or whether we recognize that the substance of what makes up a democracy, its institutions, the judiciary, the media, the police, what is being done to how it is being distorted.
But I mean, the Indian press is reporting on it. It's not like it's happening unnoticed. You say the hollowing out of democracy. Please explain.
Well, the hollowing out of democracy is happening at two levels. There are democratic institutions that make up a democracy, like the neutrality of a free media, of having a judiciary that is not biased, that is functioning, where habeas corpus is in play. None of these things are actually happening at the moment. The Election Commission is no longer a neutral body. There are a number of institutional distortions that have come into play. The head of the UPSC, the very powerful organization that admits and populates the civil services of the country today, has admitted he's part of the RSS, the ideological home body of the BJP. But more alongside this democratic institutional hollowing out, there is also this basic idea of democratic culture, of what kind of society do you want to create? If it is constantly going to be if certain sections of the population are going to be constantly incited through hate speech that goes unpunished. A priest who was put in jail and then out on bail because of hate speech against Muslims, while out on bail, has made a statement today saying Hindus must have more children so as not to become an Islamic nation. 40% of Hindus will be killed in the next 20 years if they don't become strong. And this goes unpunished. So you can see what I'm saying, that yes, there is, of course, the veneer is very important, but the substance is ragged.
All right, I want to thank you so much, Mukulika Banerjee, for joining us from London.
Thank you.
Stay with us. Much more to come on France 24. More news, plus the day's business and sports.
3 years ago, the images of the fire that engulfed the medieval church of Notre Dame in Paris made headlines around the world. After the initial shock, thousands of men and women, including architects, scientists, or painters, started working around the clock to restore the building to its former glory. French President Emmanuel Macron gave them a 5-year deadline to complete the work. But are they on target? Notre Dame Revisited on France 24 and France24.com.
Welcome back. You're watching France 24. Coming up, 7 civilians killed by Russian bombing in Lviv. The first fatalities in that western city since the start of the invasion. The Russians have taken the town of Kreminna in the eastern Donbass region. 3 deaths as Shanghai reports its first COVID fatalities and strict lockdown measures went into effect. And as Sri Lanka reels from power shortages and soaring prices, its embattled president sacks 2 brothers and a nephew from the cabinet. President Gotabaya Rajapaksa nonetheless keeps his elder brother Mahinda on as prime minister. Ukraine's armed forces say they're seeing signs that the anticipated offensive in the east by Russia is starting. But with the taking of the eastern Donbass town of Kreminna is also intensifying shelling on the nearby frontline city of Rubizhne. That's putting pressure on Kramatorsk, a little bit further to the west, while all the way over in the west of the country, Lviv counts its first fatalities since the start of the war. The shelling there, and the 7 killed, seen by many as the response by Moscow to the sinking of that warship last week in the Black Sea. Philip Crowther has more.
Well, the black smoke on the horizon here in the city of Lviv has now disappeared. Only the second time since Russia began its invasion of Ukraine that we have seen that black smoke here, that there have been Russian missile strikes inside this city. Today, 4 missile strikes from Russia hitting 3 military targets. We don't know much more about what exactly those were, but one place does not appear to have been, was not, in fact, quite clearly a military target, and one would hope that the intended target was not hit because this was simply a car repair shop. We saw that place a few hours ago. We saw burnt-out cars, burnt-out buildings, and right next to those burnt-out buildings, another one that is a hotel, and that is where quite a few refugees from other parts of Ukraine had come from more dangerous places, in theory, to not see those scenes anymore. But now, a bit of a reminder for Ukraine and for the people here of this normally peaceful city of Lviv, that Vladimir Putin's army has the possibility of hitting pretty much any part of Ukraine with its missiles when it wants to. Air defense works well here most of the time, but it didn't this morning. That's why we now have 7 people dead, at least 11 injured, and 3 of those in critical condition.
Russia's president has reportedly given military honors to the battalion accused of atrocities in the northern Kyiv suburb of Bucha. This on the day when Moscow's been crowing about what it sees as being on the economic rebound. What with the Russian central bank resuming the possibility for financial institutions to sell cash, foreign currency, to citizens. Vladimir Putin, who spoke earlier.
Но можно уже уверенно сказать, что такая политика в отношении России провалилась. Стратегия экономического блицкрига не удалась. Более того, санкции не прошли даром и для самих инициаторов. Имею в виду рост инфляции и безработицы, ухудшение экономической динамики в США и странах Европы, снижение уровня жизни европейцев, девальвация их сбережений.
Well, for more, let's turn to Douglas Herbert from our International Affairs Desk. The Russian president pointing to, and we can call it up maybe, the fact that the ruble has steadied after initially plummeting after that February 24th invasion.
Yeah, and you might ask, how have they done it? I mean, look, we just heard Vladimir Putin. That was basically one big shrug in a soundbite, and he's basically saying to the West, you know, you're the one whose prices have gone up, you're the one whose unemployment's gone up, you're the one whose economic situation now is far worse than ours. So right back at you, West. And he's done this before. But let's look at the chart. I mean, you know, the ruble. He's not lying when he says the ruble is stabilized. I mean, this is an inverse chart, so maybe let me just sort of talk you through it there. You know, back in early March, pre-invasion, the ruble was at about 82 to the dollar, so about 82 to the dollar, meaning February 24th or so. In early March, so we're talking around, you know, the first week of March or so, at one point it went up to over 130 rubles to the dollar. That was quite a plunge, and it was really hitting Russians' purchasing power, their pocketbooks. What's happened since then? Well, we're back today. Really, it's stronger today, April 18th, just below 83 rubles to the dollar. It is stronger today than it was on the day of the invasion. And how has Russia done it? It's not a magic act. They've done it through what's called capital controls. They limited the amount of money that you could actually take out of the country, whether you're foreign or Russian transferring money to bank accounts. They've slapped the capital controls, and they have huge energy import revenues. All of those sanctions, which have not been imposed yet on oil and gas here in Europe, they're flowing into Russia. So they actually have a surplus right now in their accounts, and they're getting that in hard currency right now because most countries are, you know, you're continuing to pay them in euros and dollars. So Russia this year alone is on course to make about $300 billion in energy imports. That's part of the way it's able to hold the rubles. And it also jacked up, at least at the beginning, its interest rates. You know what happens when you jack up interest rates. It encourages you, if you're Russian, to keep your money in rubles because you're making a lot of money on it.
Yeah, except that those rubles depend as well on the sanctions still to come. And we're waiting for the other shoe to drop. There could be a default, even if Russia's got cash in the bank.
You're absolutely right, Francois. In fact, not only could there be a default, but here's the headline, the buried headline here. There's already been a default. It's called, in financial terms, a selective default. Let me explain. I know that's a big caveat here. Basically, Russia had faced over the past week 2 payments on U.S.-issued euro bonds. They totaled altogether about $650 billion. So what's the big deal? Russia says, we were able to pay, we wanted to pay, but we couldn't pay because we're not allowed to pay in dollars under sanctions. They're saying basically they were prevented from being able to pay. And it's true. The U.S. said, you're not paying this in dollars. We're not allowing you. We're holding your foreign reserves in escrow, essentially. So what happens is Russia had a selective default. It paid, but in rubles. That doesn't count with the credit ratings agencies. The foreign investors want to see that Russia can pay the investors back. We don't want rubles. We want to be paid back in euros and dollars as the contract stipulates. So here's the big deal. The other shoe can drop. Russia has 30 days to sort of rework this payment, but it is expected that it's not going to be able to pay. This would be Russia's first default on foreign currency debt since the Bolsheviks ousted Nicholas II right after the Russian Revolution.
I want to ask you about the language we heard in that soundbite from Vladimir Putin, because he used the word blitzkrieg, which was the strategy of the Nazis in World War II, quick advance, and it's what everyone thought Moscow was going to do seizing Kyiv in the early days of the war. Interesting to hear him use that word blitzkrieg to say the reverse blitzkrieg of the West with sanctions hasn't worked.
Yeah, and that he's doing it purposely. It's almost like a psychological operation, psyops here. Using the term blitzkrieg is really putting the onus on the West, where Putin has been very successful. And one of the reasons right now, Francois, his popularity is back over 80%. It hasn't been at that level since after Crimea annexation back in 2014. The reason it's so high right now is the Russians buy into that blitzkrieg language. It's that language of victimization. They are the ones being carpet bombed right now. By how? Not by literal weapons, but by sanctions and by Western, the hostility of the West, economic and financial hostility, trying to tighten the noose on Russia. Well, it ain't working. So that's the type of language the Russians hear. It boosts their pride. It boosts their patriotism. It's essentially saying, your blitzkrieg, it ain't working. Right back at you. And,
Right.
and yeah, that's it.
Right, and that's what we're seeing in the Russian media.
All over the Russian media, you see the blitzkrieg word used all across state media right now. It's very, very effective. It has that martial, militant tone to it.
Many thanks, Douglas Herbert. We'll be continuing to follow, of course, events in Ukraine on our website, France24.com. China reporting the death of 3 citizens of Shanghai from COVID, the first fatalities since that strict lockdown began at the end of last month. The victims all unvaccinated. Earlier we spoke to regional correspondent Oliver Farry.
If we were to look at patterns of deaths in large outbreaks elsewhere in the world, it would stand to reason that there would be more than 3 deaths in the 375,000 cases that have been recorded in Shanghai over the past few weeks. Now, of course, as elsewhere in the world, there has been fudging over a number of the cases. The BBC reported last week that it had seen documents from one hospital that said at least 28 people had died with COVID. There are cases of people testing positive for COVID going into hospital and then dying. These have not been classified as COVID deaths. Elsewhere in the world, it has been the same. There have been deaths classified under other diseases, and there may well have been other causes involved. In fact, an awful lot of public health officials prefer to use excess death statistics in a particular year as a better measure of the effect of the pandemic than has been the case, than rather official COVID deaths. Certainly China has probably been a little bit quiet on a number of its deaths. It's another matter whether the scale of how many deaths they're downplaying. Remember that Omicron is less fatal than previous strains of the virus, but really only for those who are vaccinated. And there are still quite a lot of elderly people in China unvaccinated, including the 3 whose deaths were confirmed today.
Oliver Farry. As Sri Lanka reels from its worst economic crisis in decades, what with power shortages and soaring costs for staple items, the embattled president has sacked 2 brothers and a nephew from the cabinet. However, Gotabaya Rajapaksa keeping his elder brother Mahinda on as prime minister. Well, for more, let's turn to Yuka Waye. It's time for business. The Rajapaksa dynasty is not over yet, but the country is on the brink.
That's right. Well, he has removed certain members of his family, but as you've just mentioned, Prime Minister, his older brother, still remains in that position. Now, Sri Lanka's finance minister is in Washington to try and secure a financial lifeline from the lender. Sri Lanka could be facing $7 billion worth of debt payments, including a $1 billion bond maturing in July. The government is seeking to borrow as much as $4 billion to help it pay for imports of fuel and other essentials and services debt. But in order to access the funds, Sri Lanka needs to present a sustainable debt program. IMF officials have said that its debt pile is not sustainable as it stands, and credit rating agency Moody's has just downgraded Sri Lanka's bonds further into junk territory. Now, for more on what these talks could bring, let's cross now to Washington to speak with Asanga Bayanaguna Sekra, a geopolitical analyst and senior fellow at the Millennium Project. Asanga, thank you for joining us. Now, crucial talks are getting underway at the IMF, but will they lead Sri Lanka out of the crisis? And how will the government be able to convince the IMF that it has a sustainable debt restructuring plan?
Well, Sri Lanka has a serious crisis. As you mentioned, the insolvency issue is very serious. We cannot repay our debt anymore. So we have suspended all debt repayments, and the liquidity issue, which is very serious. The foreign reserves have dropped seriously. We would have gone to IMF 10 months ago when actually the warnings came to Sri Lanka that there was prior warnings. So we didn't go. The government did not go because of the ultra-nationalist policy prescription of the government, seeing IMF as economic hitman, and it would complicate things. So the regime came up with this ultra-nationalist viewpoint, rejecting all this. So we are gone to IMF now. We're very late, but the people are suffering. The essentials are not there. The medicines are not there. The crisis has gone out of proportion, and it has moved from economic crisis to a political crisis now. As you know, today there's going to be a new cabinet appointed. This is the second time the president is appointing a cabinet. And so you have a serious crisis, which is going out of proportion into the political sphere. And Sri Lanka would need rather than getting more borrowings from China, for example, 1.5 billion was taken, another 1 billion to settle their own loans. So you need a sort of a more objective policy prescription coming in. So going to IMF was a good thing, but we are very late.
Well, first of all, how did Sri Lanka get to this point in the first place? And why, as you just mentioned, did the government, why didn't it act sooner?
Well, the policy prescription, which I mentioned, the inward policy prescription, the fertilizer crisis, if you have read about the fertilizer crisis, it's a clear example of the inward policy prescription. Then losing many projects such as the Millennium Challenge Corporation grant, a 480 million grant, saying it's a national security threat to the country, losing the East Container Terminal, losing the Japanese the LRT, light railway train. So many development projects we lost. We tilted the foreign policy prescription was completely, we had a balanced foreign policy prescription in Sri Lanka, but we moved it towards China tilted foreign policy, even defending the human rights in Xinjiang. We have never done that in Sri Lanka. So our foreign policy moved basically into something, I would call it a bandwagoning foreign policy with China. So depending on China. So the inward prescription came with a heavy militarization also, with 28 military appointments, human rights abuse, the multiple concerns.
So, as you've just mentioned, the government has been borrowing heavily from China and has been sort of cozying up to China to borrow some money. And India now seems ready to step in. Now, what impact could the crisis have on the region?
It'll have Sri Lanka is a very important geostrategic location. It has direct impact to India. It has impact to the entire region. So if you look at the
I'm afraid we've lost the connection. That was Asanga Abayanaguna Sekra speaking to us from Washington. Now, the impact on the war in Ukraine continues to hamper economies around the world. The World Bank has lowered its global growth forecast for this year by almost a full percentage point to 3.2%. From 4.1%. And that's mainly driven by a slowdown in Europe and Central Asia as supply disruptions added to rising inflation. To help countries cope with the crisis, the World Bank is preparing an aid package worth $170 billion through mid-2023, with $50 billion of this financing to be committed over the next 3 months. And let's just wrap up with a quick look on the markets now. And major bourses in Europe were closed for Easter Monday. On Wall Street, as you can see, a mixed picture, trading relatively weaker apart from the Dow Jones as trading resumed after a long weekend. And that's it for business for now.
All right, many thanks for that. Yuka Royer will be back with the closing word on Wall Street. It's time for sports. We salute Jean-Emile Jamin. Easter Monday means the Boston Marathon.
Yes, Francois, and we have a winner. Kenyan, of course, it's quite within tradition, but Evans Chebet has stamped himself on Monday as the major marathoning force with a decisive victory in, get this, just 2 hours and 6 minutes and 51 seconds in the men's race. Chebet had victories at 26 miles in Buenos Aires and in 2019 and Valencia in 2020 in some fast times, but this was his first win in a major marathon. The lead men's group stayed uncharacteristically large for 20 miles, but Chebet finally stepped on the gas, running mile 22 in 4 minutes and 27 seconds, tearing away from a 15-strong pack for a 30-second victory. A full congratulations to the man from Kenya. Now, here in France, last night was a chance for Marseille to close the gap on Ligue 1 leaders PSG, delaying their almost inevitable title win this week. But as it was, l'OM couldn't prevent a 2-1 loss to their bitter rivals, while Mauricio Pochettino's side now climb 15 points clear at the top of the log. Despite the apparently high stakes for the biggest fixture in French football, there was a distinctly flat atmosphere at the Parc des Princes. Authorities had banned Marseille fans from the game over concerns of possible violence, a recurring theme in France in recent months. Meanwhile, PSG Ultras, the most vocal members of their support, have decided to stay silent until the end of the season. They're protesting the club's management and results in a campaign marked by the Champions League last 16 exit to Real Madrid. But for Coach Pochettino, a record-equaling 10th French championship will not taste quite as sweet, and this is why.
In recent games, since we went out of the Champions League, the fans have expressed their anger and disappointment. I always say that freedom of expression exists so that people can express themselves freely, even if they think we're doing things wrong. But over the course of the 90 minutes, it would be nice to have our fans cheering us on as usual. We have the opportunity to win a 10th league title together, but there are better ways we could be doing it. It's a shame we can't all share that happiness together, as we all deserve it.
We'll see how fans react by the end of the season. Well, there was some excellent action last night in the German Bundesliga. Dominik Szoboszlai scored the only goal of the game as RB Leipzig moved ahead of Bayer Leverkusen and into third place on the log following their 1-0 victory at the Bayer Arena. Leipzig are now just 2 points ahead of 4th place Leverkusen and a further point clear of 5th place Freiburg with 4 league matches of the campaign remaining. That certainly adds a buzz for the race for the top 4 and qualification for next season's Champions League. Of course, Bayern Munich, the log leaders, just 1 win away from sealing their Bundesliga title. Now, there was absolute drama in the NBA first round playoff series as Jason Tatum made a layup at the buzzer to give the Boston Celtics a 115-114 victory over the Brooklyn Nets. Tatum scored 16 of his 31 points in the second half, the final 2 after a poised Boston possession in the frantic final seconds. Jaylen Brown dribbled towards the middle and swung the ball out to Smart, who fired it into a cutting Tatum, spinning around and dropping in his layup just before the time expired. So Kyrie Irving also finishing with 39 points, including 18 in the 4th quarter, and Kevin Durant adding 23 points, but shot just 9 of 24. A brilliant win there. Oh, what a stunning day then for Argentina if you are a Rugby Sevens fan. Los Pumas upset Olympic champions Fiji 29-10 to win the Vancouver leg of the World Rugby Sevens, their first win in the series since 2009. Fiji scored the first try of the final through Kaminyele Rasaku, but Argentina took a commanding lead with 2 tries to player of the match Marcos Moneta and another to Santiago Vera-Felt. Jerry Tuwai struck back for Fiji, but Argentina sealed the match with 2 tries to Felipe del Mestre. The last time Argentina won a World Series title was when current coach Santi Gomez Cora himself was a player, and after the game he said he couldn't believe it. exclaiming, "You have to dream because dreams do come true." Congratulations to Los Pumas. Well, finally, what a win and what a way to seal a NHL franchise record as the St. Louis Blues absolutely pummeled the Nashville Predators 8-3 on Sunday's hockey. Carl Rosen, Braden Shen, and Jordan Kyrou each scored 2 goals. Nathan Walker and Vladimir Tarasenko also scored for the Blues. Tarasenko himself playing his 600th career game, and with his goal and 3 assists, he set a career high in points with 76 this season. Those 7 goals were the most allowed in a period for the Predators franchise ever in their history. They entered Sunday in the top wildcard spot in the tight Western Conference, tied in points with Dallas. But 8-3 there, Francois, an absolute tonking.
It is indeed. Many thanks for that. Jean-Émile Jamin will be back with more sports news later. Coming up at the top of the hour, more news, and then it's the France 24 debate. Will the left stay home on Sunday in France? There are those who say they'll vote for neither the centrist Emmanuel Macron or the far-right's Marine Le Pen in a rematch of the 2017 runoff. We'll hear why, and we'll be asking you on Facebook and Twitter, hashtag F24Today.
Everything you do on the web leaves a footprint. When you look for directions, post on social media, or subscribe to an app, all your information is compiled, stored, checked, and analyzed by tech giants.
You have to think about their business model is collect as much information as possible so that they can then sell that information who wants to find exactly you.
Across the world, citizens are striving to protect their privacy.
There are many, many ways that you can remain confidential even in this hyper-connected world with a lot of state surveillance.
So, is it only possible to go under the radar to cover your online tracks? We've got the guide on Reporters Plus. Join us on France 24 and France24.com. Liberté, égalité, actualité.
Join us every day here on France 24 for the last stretch of the presidential race, the mother of all election, the presidential election. This is the time for the French to choose their president. We'll have all our special envoys on the campaign trail across the globe, the latest analysis, the best polls. Join us here on France 24.
France 2022, The Choice, on France 24 and France24.com. France 24, your window on the world. Liberté, égalité, actualité.
Welcome back. You're watching France 24. Coming up, 7 civilians killed by Russian bombing in Lviv, the first fatalities in that western city since the start of the invasion. The Russians who've taken the town of Crimea in the eastern Donbass region as part of signs of a widening offensive there. 3 deaths as Shanghai reports its first COVID fatalities since strict lockdown measures went into effect. There's questions over whether or not that's the actual toll. South Africa's military deployed to help restore power and water after the Durban area's worst flooding in decades. More than 400 killed, at least 63 still missing. After the news, the France 24 debate as Emmanuel Macron and Marine Le Pen court left-wing voters ahead of Sunday's second round of the French presidential vote. There's a rift between those who say, let's block the far right, hold our noses and vote for the incumbent, and those on the left, the traditional working class voters, young climate activists who say, let Macron and Le Pen fight it out without me. Your reactions on Facebook and Twitter, #F24debate. Ukraine's armed forces say they are seeing signs that the anticipated offensive in the east is already starting. Well, with the taking of the eastern Donbass town of Crimea, intensifying shelling on the nearby frontline town of Rubizhne, that's all putting pressure on the city of Kramatorsk. While all the way over in the west of the country, Lviv counting its first fatalities since the start of the war. 7 killed in Russian shelling there, and what looks a lot like the response to last week's sinking of a Russian vessel in the Black Sea. Selena Sykes has more.
Civilians hurry to take shelter as air raid sirens ring out across Lviv. The city in western Ukraine has been a relative haven from the war. Russia carried out a number of long-range airstrikes early on Monday on what it said were military targets. The rockets also hit a local garage near the city's train station.
Whether this garage was the target, I don't want to believe it. Maybe they were aiming for the train station. We now don't have safe or unsafe places in the city. The enemy is cynical and inhuman.
Moscow's defense ministry said in a statement that it had hit over a dozen targets across Ukraine. The deadly airstrikes come amid expectations of a major offensive in the east in the coming days. Such attacks in Lviv, not far from the Polish border, are rare. Ukrainian authorities have accused Moscow of deliberately targeting civilians.
This means that all cities and villages are in the same situation because the aggressor is committing acts of genocide. He's targeting civilians, he's killing civilians.
Lviv is the temporary home to several 100,000 people displaced by fighting in other parts of Ukraine. It is also an important hub for the delivery of arms and humanitarian aid.
Yeah, and earlier we spoke with correspondent Philip Crowther, who filed this report from Lviv.
Well, the black smoke on the horizon here in the city of Lviv has now disappeared. Only the second time since Russia began its invasion of Ukraine that we have seen that black smoke here, that there have been Russian missile strikes inside this city. Today, 4 missile strikes from Russia hitting 3 military targets. We don't know much more about what exactly those were, but one place does not appear to have been, was not, in fact, quite clearly a military target, and one would hope that the intended target was not hit because this was simply a car repair shop. We saw that place a few hours ago. We saw burnt out cars, burnt out buildings, and right next to those burnt out buildings, another one that is a hotel, and that is where quite a few refugees from other parts of Ukraine had come from more dangerous places, in theory, to not see those scenes anymore. But now, a bit of a reminder for Ukraine and for the people here of this normally peaceful city of Lviv, that Vladimir Putin's army has the possibility of hitting pretty much any part of Ukraine with its missiles when it wants to. Air defense works well here most of the time, but it didn't this morning. That's why we now have 7 people dead, at least 11 injured, and 3 of those in critical condition.
Philip Crowther, Ukrainian forces still holding out in Mariupol. They're surrounded in a steelworks area. For the view from the other side of the front line, partner station France 2 is embedded with Russian-backed militias. Sharon Gaffney has more.
The besieged city is under constant bombardment, but hasn't yet fallen. Almost all of Mariupol is controlled by Russian troops and pro-Russian separatists. A battalion of Ukrainian soldiers is holding out in the industrial steel district, entrenched and surrounded by enemy forces who say they're preparing for the final battle.
We are preparing for the ground offensive. First, we fire artillery before sending in the troops.
The steelworks factory is a vast complex, a maze of buildings and underground passages. So far unable to access the site, Russian troops are just outside it. The Ukrainian soldiers who remain here were given an ultimatum to lay down their arms by midday on Sunday or be killed. But the government says they're determined to fight on.
No, city still is not fallen. There is still our military forces, our soldiers, so they will fight till the end.
If the southern city is captured, Russian forces there are expected to join an all-out offensive for control of the eastern industrial Donbass region.
Russian forces are destroying Mariupol. They want to wipe it off the face of the earth, as well as other cities in the Donetsk and Luhansk regions. We are doing everything to ensure its defense.
Capturing the strategic city would deprive Ukraine of a major port and provide Moscow with a much-needed symbolic victory, as well as giving it a swathe of territory linking Crimea, seized in 2014, with regions held by pro-Russian separatists further east.
China's reported its first fatalities out of Shanghai since the COVID-19 lockdown began in late March. 3 people aged between 89 and 91, unvaccinated, say authorities. Earlier, regional correspondent Oliver Farry reported over doubts about the real toll when it comes to the pandemic and the spread of Omicron there.
If we were to look at patterns of deaths in large outbreaks elsewhere in the world, it would stand to reason that there would be more than 3 deaths in the 375,000 cases that have been recorded in Shanghai over the past few weeks. Now, of course, as elsewhere in the world, there has been fudging over a number of the cases. The BBC reported last week that it had seen documents from one hospital that said at least 28 people had died with COVID. There are cases of people testing positive for COVID going into hospital and then dying. These have not been classified as COVID deaths. Elsewhere in the world, it has been the same. There have been deaths classified under other diseases, and there may well have been other causes involved. In fact, an awful lot of public health officials prefer to use excess death statistics in a particular year as a better measure of the effect of the pandemic than has been the case, than rather official COVID deaths. Certainly China has probably been a little bit quiet on a number of its deaths. It's another matter whether the scale of how many deaths they're downplaying. Remember that Omicron is less fatal than previous strains of the virus, but really only for those who are vaccinated. And there are still quite a lot of elderly people in China unvaccinated, including the 3 whose deaths were confirmed today.
Some 10,000 South African troops have been deployed to help restore power and water in the eastern coastline, the area around Durban hit with its worst flooding in 6 decades. 63 people remain missing after those storms. More from correspondent Nadine Theron.
After a week of rescue operations, it's still raining in Inanda on the outskirts of Durban. Dozens of people are still missing. This is one of almost 200 rescue operations. The terrain is still very slippery. People have been asked to evacuate, and there is now no chance of finding anyone alive. Police dogs are used to find bodies that are buried in the mud.
I reckon the dogs need to go down first, identify, and then we know where we're taking.
Kenneth Kumalo is a neighbor of the Magwazi family who was wiped out.
The house that was built here actually washed away by the landslide. The mother survived, the father passed on. The 2 kids, we're still looking for them, they're still missing.
The bodies of the children were never found. More than 400 people have died, many buried alive. Some blame the high death toll on poor infrastructure.
We came out and we saw the walls are moving down, and the wall was pushed the first house. We saw the house moving and the second house moved too.
Bridges collapsed and roads were swept away. Here it rained as much in 1 day as it normally would in 9 months. This engineer saw shipping containers being washed away.
They just got uplifted and they were floating down the freeway. I would say maybe about 7-8 kilometers that they washed down the bridge with the floods.
Rescue teams from across the country are on their way to assist local disaster relief efforts. The Premier of the province admitted that they need help.
We welcome the support from sister provinces. We are truly appreciative of this humanitarian assistance.
The cost of this natural disaster is still being calculated, but road damage alone is estimated at more than 200 million euros.
Coming up next, the France 24 debate. What happens if the left stays home come Sunday in the French presidential election? Those votes will be key to the outcome. Your reactions on the hashtag F24debate.
For this week's France in Focus, we've flown to a Mediterranean outcrop that many refer to as the Island of Beauty. But Corsica is also an island of tensions, with a proud nationalist movement gaining ground once again following the death of the jailed assassin Yvon Colonna. Join us as we head from the seafront in the capital to the university town of Corte to unpick the recent crisis and the calls for change. France in Focus on France 24 and France24.com.
Join us every day here on France 24 for the last stretch of the presidential race, the mother of all election, the presidential election. This is the time for the French to choose their president. We'll have all our special envoys on the campaign trail across the globe, the latest analysis, the best polls. Join us here on France 24.
France 2022, The Choice on France 24 and France24.com.
What if the French left stays home next Sunday? 2/3 of those who actively support Jean-Luc Mélenchon see no reason to choose between centrist incumbent Emmanuel Macron over the far-right's Marine Le Pen in the runoff of the presidential election. We'll listen to the reasoning of Mélenchon, who came close to knocking out Le Pen in the first round. In a nation where the president of the Republic enjoys outsized powers, this is the election that matters, the presidential election. Why are so many of Mélenchon supporters unfazed by the prospect of Le Pen beating Macron? She's the leader of a party whose roots go back to Vichy France, the 1961 attempted coup to keep Algeria French. Both Le Pen and Macron now furiously courting the left, the former with an anti-globalization message that's Eurosceptic, anti-NATO, the latter by easing off on pension reform pledges that would raise the retirement age, and furiously courting environmentalists. Why is this race this close? What happens if there is an upset? Today in the France 24 debate, we're looking at the left-wing vote heading into that April 24th runoff. With us, Claire Lejeune, member of Parliament and national spokesperson for Jean-Luc Mélenchon's La France Insoumise. France Unbowed is how it's translated.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you for being with us.
No problem.
Thanks as well to, he is a journalist, political consultant, Joseph Devec, the author of Emmanuel Macron, the Revolutionary President, published in German, soon in French.
I hope so, at least in English.
At least in English, that's right. Journalist Gérald Olivier, editor of the France Amérique blog, columnist for Atlantico. Good to see you.
Good to be here. Thank you.
The France 24 debate, where you can join the conversation, and you have on Facebook and Twitter, hashtag F24debate. Yeah, we're talking about a rematch of 2017. Emmanuel Macron won 2/3 of the vote in the second round. Now, in the home stretch of the race, our Ipsos tracking poll consistently showing Macron ahead and outside of the margin of error. In fact, you can see that lead has grown slightly, 12 points. But polls can get it wrong. And after the big bang that was a 2017 election that blew up the traditional right versus left divide in France, there are those, particularly young voters, who no longer adhere to what we call the Republican Pact in France, tactical voting to keep out the far right. These are placards you're seeing from Saturday's rally in Paris. It's a mix. There you see one that says Macron stinks. Le Pen is worse. Others said neither plague nor cholera. And so you see that there's a lot of people in that rally on Saturday who said, well, they're not going to vote. Which are you, neither plague nor cholera, or Macron stinks, Le Pen is worse?
What we've been saying consistently is that there must not be a single vote for Marine Le Pen this Sunday. And the situation is very different from that of 2017 now, because we've had 5 years to see that Emmanuel Macron, who came to power with this promise of going further and going further than the difference between right and left. And what we've seen is 5 years of consistent right-wing policies. So Jean-Luc Mélenchon's program and platform and campaign rose hope with those who really believe in left-wing values, left-wing policies. And so all that electorate, young people, came massively to vote for Jean-Luc Mélenchon. Also, the Labour class also came to vote for Jean-Luc Mélenchon. So for all these people, it's not automatic. It's much harder today. Now we've seen what Emmanuel Macron is capable of. The destruction of these 5 years on the social aspect and on the environmental aspect. It's much harder for them to just automatically give their vote to Emmanuel Macron. So what we are consistently saying is that there must be a fight against the far right, because Marine Le Pen has tried to tone down her image, her platform, but it's still the far right. It's still something that is antinomic with democracy, with even the fundamentals of our republic. So it's something that we've been fighting consistently. We've been taking part in demonstrations against the far right. And with our campaign, we try to fight for ideas, because we can't just have injunctions this time. We've got to have arguments with which we explain why the far right is still such a threat.
I want to clear this up for our viewers, but to do so, let me just show people what happened. And you mentioned it, what the leader of your party said in his concession speech after the first round, Jean-Luc Mélenchon insisting that he was not equivocating.
We must not cast a single vote for Marine Le Pen.
Il ne faut pas donner une seule voix à Madame Le Pen.
But he did not say choose the lesser of two evils and vote Emmanuel Macron, and neither did his rank and file. More than 200,000 of them surveyed online in a non-binding vote ahead of the second round, and these are the results. You can see them there. You have, well, only 1/3 who say outright that they would vote for Emmanuel Macron, and 2/3 either, and it's very sophisticated, France, either casting a blank ballot or not going to the polling station. Again, they made it clear that this is non-binding.
Yes, exactly.
Is it a problem for you if you said, I'm voting Emmanuel Macron within the party, if you say it publicly?
What we are saying is that we're in the heart of a democratic crisis. And that means that citizens, the electorate, it's not because there's a leader somewhere up there that's going to say, vote this, that they're going to vote that. We trust people's intelligence. We trust citizens' sense of responsibility. And so we try to go forwards with arguments and not injunctions. So this survey is not, indeed, it's not a way of saying this is what we tell people to vote. It's a way of taking the temperature of what's happening within people who have supported us consistently throughout this campaign. You heard Jean-Luc Mélenchon, there's absolutely no doubt on where we stand so as to the fight against the far right.
But there is a doubt. If 2/3 of those who are rank and file of the party aren't committing to voting against someone who is for the far right. That's why I'm asking the question.
We saw the polls. Emmanuel Macron is winning, and he's not in the margin of error right now. So I think many people are going to make their minds up late, and they're going to make their minds up also trying to sense if there's a risk of the far right winning this time. So
it'd be a different story if it was 50-50.
Yeah, I think it would be. I mean, it's hard for everyone. When we see how our liberties have been attacked during these 5 years, when we see how our social rights have been attacked, of course it's hard. It's going to be a real suffering for people to go and cast that ballot for Emmanuel Macron if they choose to do it. So, I mean, there were 32 people lost an eye during the Yellow Vests demonstrations. We can't look at them and tell them you have no choice, it's Emmanuel Macron. There has been so much social anger during these 5 years that yesterday it's harder. It's harder to just say, let's all go back and give him the legitimacy of running our country for the next 5 years.
Joseph Devec, it's a funny country we have, France. I'm turning to the Swiss person on this panel here. Because we don't have a first-past-the-post system like in the UK, or the election takes place on one day like in the United States for president. Here you have 2 rounds, and you're supposed to pick in the first round and eliminate in the second round. So your thoughts on Claire's arguments?
I think what is interesting with the survey that France Insoumise did is that the result is exactly the same as in 2017. It's really quite, I mean, it's quite something. It's really, in 2017, it was 1/3 that was in favor of voting for Macron, and the other 2/3 were either in favor of abstaining or voter blanc, so to put in an empty thing into the ballot. Afterwards, if we look at 2017 and look at what the France Insoumise supporters really did, they voted in a much larger margin for Macron than would be indicated by the survey they did right now. I think it was by more than 50%, I think 55%.
There was something like 17% in 2017 who told pollsters that they were probably going to vote for Le Pen, and in the end, only 7% did.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting in a sense. You know, in the US and the UK, there's this shy voter phenomena. So people don't say what they're really going to do on election day, and polls tend to underestimate the far right. In a sense, it's a peculiarity about France that maybe it has the reverse, a sort of reverse shy voter phenomena. It seems that sometimes the French are more radical in their parole, in the way they talk, than in their actions.
Gérald Olivier?
Well, I think the main argument here is, number one, people are convinced that Emmanuel Macron is going to win.
Are you convinced of that?
Yeah, pretty much, and your poll said so. And I think the larger the spread between the two, the less incentive for everyone to go vote, including people on the left. If we were at a 51-49, I think you'd see a lot more call from the left to vote against Marine Le Pen. But the thing is, the argument that you have to stop the far right, it's been used twice already. Once in 2002, and it was justified because the candidate was Jean-Marie Le Pen at the head of the National Front. It was already used in 2017, and the National Front was no longer the National Front, and Jean-Marie Le Pen was no longer the leader. It's his daughter, but the party has evolved. And if you look at Marine Le Pen's program, and you take out immigration, I'm not sure it qualifies in any way as far right. You need to define the far right according to what's actually is in her program. And if you look at the campaign until the first round of ballot, she was no longer the devil to chase. It was Éric Zemmour. Éric Zemmour took her place as the kind of guy you do not want. And he had the media against him. He had everyone on the left against him. He was the far-right candidate, even though his program was also quite a distance from actual far-right policy, especially if you take out immigration. And I'm not sure that the French...
Getting her party financing from Hungary, espousing her love...
You get your money where you can. When everybody else refuses to finance you, you get your money when you can and where you can. And I don't think that's helping her today, especially with the international situation we have. But the point is, she has moved way to the center and even to the left. Remember what Éric Zemmour was saying in the campaign. He was saying she doesn't even belong to the right. She's a candidate actually of the left when you look at her policy. So I think the argument that you have to stop the National Front from coming to power no longer stands, A, because it's not the National Front anymore, B, because people have heard it before, and C, because people can see in the program that asking for a referendum, asking for a raise in the minimum wage, lowering the retirement age, these are not far-right policies.
So take away the identity politics and she's a left-wing candidate. You agree with that?
I strongly disagree. I think, yes, she's worked a lot to tone down her image, to give this impression that she was acceptable. She's still the far right, and the far right will always be a danger for democracy, a danger for the most fundamental values.
How is she far right outside of the identity politics part, which we'll get to in a moment?
Take the national preference idea. That's still very strong in her current platform. It goes, I mean, it's something that's racist. It's something that goes counter the idea of equality, which has structured the whole of our history in France. So no, it's still the far right, and historically the ties of what's become the Rassemblement National. But I mean, it's still the same party as the Front National, and we must remember this because it's very dangerous. And indeed, the far right has gained momentum in a way that means that we had two candidates on the far right, and it does not mean because Zemmour was an even a worse version of the far right than Marine Le Pen, that Marine Le Pen is no longer the far right. And as to what he would be left-wing, if you take his economic platform, it's neoliberalism. So it's not something that's going to benefit.
Well, she's for protectionist measures.
It's not something.
She's not like her father, who was a neoliberal.
She wants to reduce social security contributions. So it means wages will rise. That's the visible aspect of it. But it also means that we'll have difficulty financing our retirement schemes, our health service. So all these things are going to be hurtful for labor, for the poorest people in our society. So it's a complete sham to say that she's going to be the candidate of the people. No, her economic program will be hurtful on the social side, on the environmental side. There's nothing on ecology, and she's still the far right. So there's nothing to take in, and she has not evolved.
She has not evolved, you say. When students occupied the Sorbonne University last week, many insisted, again, they would vote for neither Emmanuel Macron nor Marine Le Pen.
We now have a second turn with only two right-wing candidates who are the enemies of the workers and of the youth, and we can't accept that. We can't accept 5 more years of austerity, of pollution.
Of austerity and pollution. The youth vote was one of the reasons why Jean-Luc Mélenchon performed so well this time around. When you hear that student at the Sorbonne, is there kind of a generation gap building in French politics? Because it shocks some older people to hear young people say those kinds of things.
I think so. The younger, in a sense, they tend to forget who Marine Le Pen is and where this party comes from. And they tend to sort of interchange far right and perhaps a right-wing government. As was said before, Marine Le Pen is really a far-right politician, not only on migration, also if you think about crime, for example, she wants to have, automatic penalties. She also wants to have the presumption of innocence for police officers. If you think about her European policy, if you think that she wants to privatize public media, that's clearly more a far-right agenda than it is any mainstream agenda. And also on the economy, she's not really left-wing. She has some liberal elements in there, even though she's a protectionist as well. What I think is scary is that the young don't really see this, and they think also it's the same as Emmanuel Macron, who's being decried as a neoliberal. And you can be very critical of Emmanuel Macron as a left-wing person, but he's certainly not a neoliberal. If we look at the state debt to GDP ratio in France, it's still very high. In the pandemic, he has shown that he was ready to spend money to protect people's health. And if you look at his economic policy record, it looks for me, from an outside perspective, more as the economic record of a grand coalition in Germany. It has neoliberal elements in there, for example, the cut to the wealth tax, but it also has social democratic elements in there. For example, under his 5 years, the minimum wage and minimum pension has risen more than under the 5 years under François Hollande. So it's very hard for me to classify Macron as a neoliberal persona.
Gérald Olivier?
What's interesting here, there's two things. Your question was about the generation gap. And I'm slightly older than our two other guests.
I've got gray hair too, but go on.
But meaning, I remember a time when if you define the political spectrum and you try to place the center, well, the center today is much further left than it was 20 years ago. And so from that new center, everything that was common right 20 years ago looks far right today, but it's not. I mean, there was a time in France when we had the death penalty. That was in the 1970s. We didn't have an extreme right government. We had UDF. Giscard d'Estaing was a centrist.
But the pendulum would swing much further. We also had nationalizations in 1981.
True, and that's not far right, is it?
No.
No, but what I mean is we do have this, the center has moved left and makes everything else looks far right. And one thing I stand against, and I'm going to just say it because I tend to very much disagree with a lot of what the media is always keen on calling Marine Le Pen and Zemmour far right. But you never hear that Nathalie Arthaud or Mr. Poutou or Fabien Roussel or even Mélenchon are extreme left. We can talk about extreme right, but we should also talk about extreme left. And if we talk about an assault on liberty, I think I personally would be a lot more worried of a France under Jean-Luc Mélenchon than under Marine Le Pen.
Why is that?
Because Jean-Luc Mélenchon supported Castro, he supports Maduro, He supports people who are in power and never give up power and find a way to fix election and stay in power. And I consider him to be extreme left and to actually not be a Republican. And if there is a parties, and if we have parties, and if we've had in this election parties that were actually non-Republican in their deep core thinking, you have to find them on the far left much more than you do on the far right.
Tell-Jeanne?
Of course, I strongly disagree. And if we take the generational gap, I consider we've always. I'm 27, and I've perceived the political spectrum as going on the right, much more than on the left. We're talking about neoliberalism, and I mean, since the 70s, the 80s, it's been going that way. I mean, the state has been rolling back on his role, and the markets have taken up a lot more space in the way we deal with our commons, nature. I mean, everything has been privatized, liberalized, and if you take ideas, just take this election in France. We had Zemmour and Le Pen. So it's not possible to say that the political spectrum has gone further left. It's gone further right, because for me, Emmanuel Macron is fully right-wing and neoliberal, and we've got two candidates, and one is worse than anything we've heard in our country for decades.
If you add up, Gérald Olivier, the score of Le Pen and Zemmour in the first round, you're more than 30%. That's got to be a record for the far right in France.
Once again, if you consider Zemmour to be a far right, he's a conservative traditional right, but I don't consider him to be far right. Once again, you have to go beyond the identity and immigration politics, and you have to look and listen at what people say. The funny thing here is that...
I mean, he spent his whole campaign talking about Islam and talking about...
because he based his campaign on identity politics. But the funny thing is that people will deny that immigration is any larger today than it's been for the past 40 years. If you read the media, if you look at statistics, there are all kinds of ways that are trying to tell us that no, immigration is not an issue and there are not any more immigrants in France today than there were 40 years ago. And you only have to look outside to perceive something quite different. Same thing, Claire here says that the spectrum has moved to the right because Macron is a neoliberal. But we've always had neoliberalism. And the debate between what a productive economy can do lasted for the first 2 years of the Mitterrand presidency. And we found out that leftist policies were mostly unproductive and bringing inflation and deficit. And they were stopped when he changed prime minister and called in Fabius to put the house back in order. So that debate should be over. And the fact that some people are using it, if you're a neoliberal, if you believe in free market, then you're automatically far right. Well, I find that to be a very far cry from fair politics.
Joseph Devec?
Yeah, I think it's quite surprising that in France one can classify someone like Éric Zemmour as not far right. I think in any other European country, he would not only be far right, but he would be to the furthest to the far right I can think of. In my country, even that has a strong history of far right, we have a far right party that has more than 25% of the vote. But what Zemmour is saying is really going much further, and he's clearly not in the Republican camp either. You know, he has been saying himself that would he be elected, he would have to get away with les contre-pouvoirs or, you know, curtail them in. So I'm not sure at all.
Scrap checks and balances.
Scrap checks and balances. And if you say something like this, and again, if we have in the program of Marine Le Pen that, you know, on the surface, truly has moderated her stance on some issues. But if she's saying stuff like, I want to privatize, you know, public TV, and she portrays herself to be, you know, the politician that wants to defend state services and service public everywhere else, this is about, you know, getting rid of checks and balances. So for me, Éric Zemmour, he's far right. We can discuss on all the identity politics issues, but he's clearly also not in the Republican camp.
Let's listen to what Marine Le Pen is saying on the campaign trail. She was on a visit to Normandy earlier, talking about cost of living, or trying to put the accent there, even when supporters drew her back to identity politics.
We only have Brazilians working in slaughterhouses. That's not right.
No, it's not right, but we have to increase salaries too.
But we have to increase salaries too. Claire Lejeune, she ran an effective campaign in the first round.
She ran a very discreet campaign. We didn't hear her much. She wasn't very visible.
She was out
and
doing...
she left all the... I mean, Zemmour was very visible. He was on all the media. And so he kind of took that very radical part of the far right, so the far right. And so now she can arrive and present herself as someone who can,
but here,
bring people together.
Reaction to what we just heard.
Yeah.
So there's a support of her saying there's too many Brazilians who work at the slaughterhouse, and she's saying yes, but we also have to raise the wages.
Yes, because it's very funny because now the radical left that we represent have come up as kingmakers here. So both Emmanuel Macron and Marine Le Pen are now trying to get our votes. And what she's saying on the social aspect does not at all erase the fact that the platform of the Front National, then the Rassemblement National, is a racist platform. It is not a Republican platform, and it goes against the core values of this country. And we will never stop fighting that. And it's not because for a week she's going to talk about social things that we're not going to stop seeing her for what she is. And that is a far-right candidate that would be a very serious threat on and also on social cohesion, because she's someone who's saying, I'm going to ban headscarves. I mean, we have to measure what that's going to cause in terms of social distress and social conflict in our country. If that's what her platform is also a way of pitting people against each other.
She's not just eased off on that a little bit this Monday. She's talked about instead not having a blanket ban in public spaces. She's rolled that back, and as you say, both her and Emmanuel Macron definitely courting the left-wing vote. The incumbent going green in a big Saturday rally in Jean-Luc Mélenchon's home constituency of Marseille.
The choice is clear. The far right is a climate skeptic project, a project that wants to leave Europe's climate ambitions, that wants to destroy windmills, one of the only projects of this campaign that it does not believe in. We believe in it, and we will do it.
And he's gone even further. I believe he's been inspired by Jean-Luc Mélenchon's platform, talking about that now the Prime Minister's office will have an enhanced environmental portfolio. I forgot, I wrote down, but the exact term he's employing for that. Is this what politics is about? It's not black or white, but you're influencing policy, and maybe that'll work.
Yes, we are, and I hope we'll influence the political spectrum and make it move further left. But it's quite amusing hearing Emmanuel Macron. It's kind of become hard to believe what he says. He's someone who started his campaign in 2017 with a book called Revolution. And if we take the issue of environmental issues and climate change, he was the president who said, make our planet great again, and who had all these discourses on the fact that it was urgent to change. He's someone who his government has been twice condemned by justice in France for inaction regarding climate change. I come from a generation, we read the IPCC reports, and if you tell us we have 3 years to change things or we're going towards climate chaos, this cannot be enough for us. He has not at all put in place the policies that we are hoping for on climate change. And
is that the issue for young people?
I think it is, because if we know that we have so little time to act, the hope that was encouraged by Jean-Luc Mélenchon's campaign also comes from that. There have been very big movements, the climate movements, Extinction Rebellion, in which many young people took part because it's their only hope. I mean, voting for us, it's something vital. It's not just choosing between different political platforms. It's a question of which political platform will enable us to have a future. It's nothing less than that. And the reason I personally started doing politics is this one. We have no time, and we are facing political platforms and political representatives that are not at all taking this into account. And Emmanuel Macron, for me, even though he has the discourse of we know it's serious, we have to act, in his policies it's climato-sceptic, because he does not take into account the urgency and the level of transformation we are going to have to implement in our country if we want to be at the level of urgency.
Joseph Devec, what was your reaction last week when you saw Emmanuel Macron visit, I believe it was a wind turbine factory in Le Havre?
Well, I think, as it has been said before, it's really the paradox of the French electoral system is that the losers of the first round are the kingmakers of the second round. And it's really hard because the losers, they feel sore and they're sort of, it's a tough choice. And now they have to, give the prize to the one who wins. So, I can understand why there are tough feelings. But on the environment, it is obvious that Macron hasn't done enough, and that his campaign program is not in perfect agreement with the Paris Accords. But it's not true that he hasn't done anything either. He can point to one or two things. For example, the airport by Nantes that he closed down at the very beginning. That was a sort of courageous choice that a lot of politicians before him didn't do. But obviously he has a lot to make good, and now he's trying to pivot towards the Greens and even employing terms used by the France Insoumise or the Greens, like the green planification, to get their votes.
I mentioned, Gérald Olivier, we get back to this issue of a generation gap, because we mentioned at the outset of the discussion, my introduction, I talked about 1940 and 1961. Is any of this stuff relevant today?
Well, we are in a way in a political crisis that Macron started himself, and we're still trying to make sense of it. But as you mentioned in your introduction as well, 2017 saw the implosion of the Socialist Party, which split.
But what's changed in 5 years is the climate emergency has gotten worse, and that's what Claire was saying.
If you believe in that. If you believe in that, what I mean is that, and if it may reassure you, our planet and your generation has a lot more ahead of it than what the IPCC tells you. So you can stay slightly more at ease in that regard. Other issues may actually present much more radical and tragic choices, and reality has a tendency to take over, and I'm referring to what's happening in Ukraine. Ukraine changed the campaign, and Ukraine changed the priorities, and all of a sudden the climate disappears. Now the war has been going on for over 50 days, and it's reached a point where people got used to having it just outside, or in Europe, but outside the borders of France, and somehow other issues can come back to the forefront, such as the climate.
But isn't everything linked? The cost of living has gone up in part because of the price of Russian gas. The
cost of living started, sorry to interrupt, but it started going up way before.
And also the idea of we're realizing with this war in Ukraine that we're dependent on.
Yes, we are.
Raw materials that come from the other side of the earth, and
true, and
that's an environmental issue.
True, and France has assets that it gave up on that it's beginning to reconsider, such as nuclear power. But to go back on the issue of purchasing power, the issue that Marine Le Pen was trying to stress, apparently it's the #1 issue for most voters. And behind this election, we do have a division. We have a division between an urban, affluent, rather old electorate who's behind Macron. And we have the forgotten France, the France of the periphery, the forgotten France, people who, the Gilets jaunes, who were really demonstrating because the price of gas was something that they could not afford when they need a car every day because the state took away the trains from them and other social things that they got used to. So we do have that conflict which has not been resolved so far. And that's what also Marine Le Pen is not basing her popularity, but hoping to capitalize on.
So which side were you on during World War II or the Algerian War of Independence are less relevant today? Left versus right is less relevant than it was in the traditional terms, traditional sense. What is the big fault line today in French politics, Claire?
Just before that, I'd like to stress that believing or not in what the IPCC says is not a question of political opinion. It's science. And I think it's very serious today to say that climate change is not a problem and that I should be settled because my generation will live these consequences fully, and it's something that's major and that will restructure the whole of our political system. And so we have no choice but to tackle this. So really, I just wanted to stress that before. And I think since Emmanuel Macron got into office with this promise of going beyond the left, the right, that I think we've seen that roll back. I think we've seen that the history of the left, the way it conceives the economic system, the way it has strong ties also with, the Republic in France, it was built in part by the left, by left-wing movements. And the strength of Jean-Luc Mélenchon's campaign and at 22% also shows that the fault line is still between the right, who is clearly today Emmanuel Macron, and the far right.
You say it's clearly Emmanuel Macron, but we saw the Socialist Party collapse in this election.
Exactly.
Isn't it partly because, as Joseph Devec was saying, seen from outside of France, Emmanuel Macron's party has a wide spectrum in it,
yes,
with ideas that go from the right to the center-left.
But what Jean-Luc Mélenchon has managed to do is rebuild a strong left, and it's a strong left because it's high in voting, but it's also a strong left in the sense that it has not given up the idea that we can change things. Basically, since 1981, there's been a rollback of the idea that if the left is in power, it really changes things.
And those people,
that's a question of how we conceive the market, because for me, the mistake of the Socialist Party and the reason today is not at all relevant at all, and it has completely crushed, is that it has completely accepted that the only way to do politics was finally to just guide the market in one direction or another. All the meaning of when we talk about planning is that we're going to go counter the market logic on certain aspects. Because if you take social aspects, if you take environmental aspects and the climate question, we cannot do without a strong lead of the state which will guide the market.
Joseph Devec, have those voters that usually should have voted socialist or green, but instead voted for Jean-Luc Mélenchon, have they switched allegiances or have they lent their votes to Mélenchon?
Well, I think Mélenchon has done a sort of smart thing out of his perspective, and it is massively upping his environmental program and on climate change. And I think by doing this, and by doing this over a couple of years, he really has won over some people who voted green to his camp. But what we've seen over the last couple of weeks is, Mélenchon, about 2 or 3 weeks in the polls, he was at 12, 13% or something. He ended up at 20%. So you can probably say that this gap between these 12, 13% and the 20% he got on Sunday is what is mostly tactical voting. People, like coming up. And I had many friends who, were asking me exactly this question. Should I vote Mélenchon so we can at least avoid, having a rematch of 2017 and we can all sleep well for 2 weeks and not be in horror of the next Sunday's elections? Or should I vote the Greens and help them to get over the 5% threshold so they get their party finances in order?
Which they didn't get. Which brings us to another intricacy, or if you will, a quaint tradition. When the polls close Sunday, the French will only be at the halfway point of voting 2 rounds of June parliamentary elections to follow the presidential poll. We're going to take a look at the makeup of the outgoing French National Assembly here on this graph. So another campaign is going to begin. Let's see, I'll go around the room here quickly because we're running short on time. Gérald Olivier, I'll begin with you. What's your prediction as to how those June elections will go?
Well, there's going to be a major change, I think, in the makeup of the Assembly because of Reconquête and maybe because of the alliances that the right might be able to build. But if you keep your chart on screen, what's striking in that chart is that Le Rassemblement National does not appear. So you have 23%.
They had something like 9 MPs, because on the current system, you have a 2-round voting system.
Yeah, so I think if you have to increase proportional representation, which Macron will not do in between, if you want to have an actual democratic representation through the parliament. Until that is done, there will be great discontent. And I think that this 3rd round of ballot might be the one that mobilizes the most people, because they feel they can actually do something at the local level that they can't at the national level. And they can vote both their heart and their reason together, which they can't do in the presidential election. So indeed, this is not over yet.
Yeah, but of course, under the current system, it's always been the case. You win a presidential election, it's just a few weeks later, you've got the legislative elections, and you're the winner, and you say, hey, give me a mandate. You voted for me, now give me a mandate.
Yes, I mean, Macron, if he wins, he's going to try to say that again. Should Le Pen win, she's going to try to say that as well. But what is a bit different to the presidential election is that you have to win constituencies. So it matters where your support is. And Le Pen's problem, for example, is that her support is locally very concentrated. So even if she would win, it wouldn't be automatic at all that she would win the parliamentary elections.
Claire Lejeune, you're running for re-election in what is it, the southwest suburbs of Paris?
Yes, exactly.
Southeast suburbs of Paris, excuse me.
Yeah.
These elections, is it possible for there to be a power sharing between Emmanuel Macron and Parliament, the Parliament that will not be beholden to him?
Yes. Well, it goes back to what we were saying about this is not at all 2017, and there has been much political unrest and social anger with what Emmanuel Macron has done.
For the left to win, though, you'd have to do political deals. How close are you to any kind of a deal with the Greens, the Communists, the Socialists?
It's ongoing. It's ongoing this week. There has been constant exchanges between the political parties. And so if there's a deal, we'll be running in a coordinated way so that we gain a maximum of seats in the National Assembly. And in that case, it becomes possible to significantly weigh in on the way policies are going to be implemented in the 5 years to come. So this election is not at all finished. And I think the very high score of Jean-Luc Mélenchon, I mean, he's not at the table directly in this 2nd round, but he's there. I mean, and will be able to weigh in a huge way if we manage to get as many representatives as we want to. And we're working currently at a local level to be able to make that possible, so it should be.
All right, we'll see if those deals come through. Claire Lejeune, I want to thank you so much. I want to thank as well Joseph Devec. I want to thank Gérald Olivier. Thank you for being with us here in the France 24 debate. Reminder, programming note, Wednesday, 9 p.m., the candidates' debate right here on France 24.
3 years ago, the images of the fire that engulfed the medieval church of Notre Dame in Paris made headlines around the world. After the initial shock, thousands of men and women, including architects, scientists, or painters, started working around the clock to restore the building to its former glory. French President Emmanuel Macron gave them a 5-year deadline to complete the work. But are they on target? Notre Dame Revisited on France 24 and France24.com.
Fake news. Noun. False stories that appear to be news, spread on the internet or using other media. At France 24, our job is to provide you with information that's been verified. We check sources, we check facts, we sort what is true from what is fake.
At the France 24 Observers, we verify photos and videos circulating online. If they're fake, we let you know and tell you how we spotted them.
In Fact or Fake, we dig into viral stories around Europe to shake out the truth from the trash.
Every day, the Info Migrants team scours social networks to fight fake news about the reality of migration.
France 24. News based on facts.
Liberté, égalité, actualité.
This is live from Paris. It's 8 p.m. I'm Tom Burgess-Watson, and these are the headlines. Russian forces launch missile attacks on a multitude of targets across Ukraine, including the safe haven city of Lviv in the west of the country. We'll have the latest from our correspondent on the ground, Gulliver Cragg, in just a moment. Thousands of troops are deployed to areas of South Africa affected by the deadliest storms in living memory, which have claimed the lives of more than 400 people. And with 6 days to go until the second round of the French presidential election, polls suggest Emmanuel Macron is on track to win 56% versus Marine Le Pen's 44%. Good evening. We begin with the latest on the ground in Ukraine, where Russian forces have today pounded numerous targets across the country. This appears to be an intensifying effort by the invading forces to wear down Ukraine's defenses ahead of an all-out assault on the east. Well, today's targets include the western city of Lviv, which is about 80 kilometers from the Polish border. Well, missile attacks there resulted in the deaths of at least 7 people. Well, Lviv is a city that has become a haven for people fleeing the fighting elsewhere in Ukraine. And until now, it's only seen sporadic attacks. Well, let's get the latest from France 24's Gulliver Cragg, who's in Komatinsky and joins us now. Gulliver, let's start by talking about what happened in Lviv. What more are you hearing?
Well, this is the first time that anyone in Lviv has been killed by a Russian attack. There have been strikes that hit the city already since the invasion began, and some strikes on infrastructure targets in the region, particularly the military base at Yavoriv, where people were killed. But this is the first deadly attack to hit the city of Lviv. 7 dead, according to the latest information we have, and 11 people wounded, 3 of them in a critical condition, and 1 of the 11 wounded is a child. So clearly it's a very traumatic event for the city of Lviv, which, as you said, up until now has been considered a safe haven. It's a place that numerous Ukrainians have fled to and that numerous foreign diplomatic missions and media have relocated to as a sort of safe base in the west of the country. So there's, of course, now the feeling that it's perhaps not so safe anymore. It does appear, though, that it was infrastructure targets that were targeted in Lviv. This wasn't a random attack that aimed to kill civilians. It doesn't seem that way, and that's not what the regional governor said. He said that there were 4 missiles that struck. 3 of them hit infrastructure targets, and 1 hit a tyre servicing station where you change your tyres on your car. We don't know whether or not that was just a mistake, that it didn't hit its